Subscribe to WROK on YouTube and never miss a meeting.
All right, I'm going to call to order the February 27th, 2023 Royal Oak City Commission meeting to order. We're going to begin with an invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. It was just over a year ago I gave an invocation shortly after the Oxford High School murders. I asked for a moment of silence for the victims of the senseless shooting, and I asked for another moment of silence for the next slaughter of innocent children that would inevitably come. And it did. So much so, we can't even tabulate the number of mass shootings as it changes and grows every day. We were sitting here at our last meeting at this very table when 3 MSU students were murdered by gun violence. 3 kids who the world will never see their full potential. 3 families that will never be the same. And countless others who will forever have holes in their hearts. We can't begin to understand what their parents are feeling. The pain, the anger, the hopelessness, unimaginable and 100% preventable. The survivors of this shooting will forever bear the trauma, guilt, and pain of that day. But the trauma is not isolated to MSU or Oxford. It extends throughout our communities and beyond. Every student now carries the weight and anxiety of being the next victim of a dysfunctional system. Parents can no longer innocently kiss their kids goodbye when they drop them off from school without the thought that this may be the last time they say, "I love you." We are all victimized by mass shootings. I think about a recent lockdown that occurred here at the high school. I was picking up my daughter when 2 cop cars zoomed by. And then I got the dreaded text from my child. We were on lockdown. Or the time my wife was teaching her 6th grade class and a gun was found in a child's backpack feet from her classroom. And for what? Gun profits? Fairy tales that weak politicians use to stay in power? Or is it to protect the feelings of small men who can't admit that they are wrong? Let's stop saying that we have a gun problem in this country. We have a lack of patriotism problem. What kind of patriots would fight to defend the rights of gun lobbyists at the expense of innocent children? To our young people, the older generations, including mine, have failed you. President Obama was right when he said that if the murder of innocent babies at Sandy Hook would never usher in change, then there is little hope. But I think there is hope. Let us be encouraged by those in our state that are trying to do something to stop the bleeding. So I will not conclude my invocation asking for yet another moment of silence. Rather, I'll ask that you continue to make some noise, more noise, loud noise, and aim it at those who say your life is not worth their ego. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mike. All right, we're at number 4 on tonight's agenda, which is approval of the agenda. Commissioner Douglas?
Approval.
Motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dubuck. Discussion on the agenda. All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, this brings us to public comment. Just a few things before we commence public comment. The City Commission values and relies on the input of our fellow citizens to help make decisions. Now is the time set aside for the public to address the City Commission on any city-related issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. I ask that comments be directed to the City Commission as a whole and not to individual commissioners. In addition to public comment, there will be 2 public hearings at tonight's meeting. MLCC public hearing on the request of Stagecrafters for a new plan of operation with entertainment permit, and also a public hearing regarding the vacation of a public utility easement at 2321 North Vermont. If you're here to comment on either the public hearing, if you're here to comment on either of those public hearings, you can wait until that public hearing is opened and comment at that time. So we'll have another set of public comment for each one of those individually. If you wish to speak tonight at either public comment or at the public hearing, please wait till recognized by me, Mayor Fournier, then come up to the podium. For the record, we ask that you state your name and address, and please be mindful that the City Commission wishes to hear from anyone who wants to speak tonight, so comments are limited to 3 minutes or less per speaker, not per topic, with the exception of the public hearing where you may rise to speak to those once open. There's a timer at the podium to help you keep track of your allotted time. If you don't wish to speak tonight, no problem. You can email us, call City Hall, message us, and find other opportunities to express your concerns or ideas. Please note the City Commission typically doesn't respond directly to questions during public comment. However, we are taking notes, and we'll ask those questions when the agenda topic is discussed. The city manager is also taking notes and refers things that aren't on the agenda to the proper department as well, and looks into those matters. So with that, who's first tonight? Mr. Ashley.
Good evening, Alan Ashley, Mayor. I've been coming here for over 6 years, and I've heard from this commission that how much you favor business. Well, tonight's the chance to you do business a great deal of good. I wish that you would move number 14 up to before 7, so that most of these people can voice and get this done, so we're not here till midnight, 1 o'clock, discussing number 14. Since we have the news people here, I think it would be your due duty to bring that most important part to earlier about number 7. Second, please approve the recommendations of the DDA. I was there. City manager was there. He heard the complaints. Businesses will be leaving this town if you don't do the changes in the DDA. I used to come here in 1963, before most of you were on this panel. I can remember coming up here for football games, and we could play the football game either on Main Street or Washington because there was no cars. Sidewalks were gone, rolled up. It was empty downtown. That is what's going to happen if you do not change the parking meters on Washington and Center Street. You've already driven out several businesses. More will fall. Bar Louie is selling his business because he can no longer stand here. You've lost 3 businesses where the old parking, where now the parking garage is on 11 Mile, because no parking, and you're hurting the restaurants with the meters and stuff. So please approve the recommendations that the DDA has done. They've heard the noise and the complaints. Now it's time for you people to hear and listen and follow through and approve those recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Adrian DeGiffis. I reside at 4312 West 13 Mile Road in Royal Oak. I have lived at that address since coming to Michigan in 2007. I traveled here with my wife. She is a professor and chair at Wayne State University. I work for Michigan State College of Human Medicine in support of its medical student programs. I appreciate in the invocation the reference to the tragedy that occurred at our campus. And I indeed felt some of that as I spent much of the following day contacting several of our medical students to check on their health and well-being and having a lot of difficult conversations. It is perhaps trite and certainly presumptuous for me, a citizen, to remind you guys as members of this commission and public servants all what your mission is, but in preparing to come this evening to address you regarding my grave concerns related to the recent power outage, one of a series of power outages that we have many of us faced. Your mission refers to the safety and well-being of citizens. Well, certainly we pray for the safety and well-being of all of us from gun violence. And there are, and perhaps different ways that can be addressed, some of which, Mayor Fournier, you referred to. But I would say the pathway to solving the endemic and persistent problems in this state, in this city, in this region of Southeast Michigan with respect to our decaying power plant are not as elusive and evasive as the solutions to societal gun violence. Indeed, there are practical solutions. And I beg this city commission to take direct responsibility upon yourselves to routinely return to this important topic, including it on agendas. I was rather disappointed to not see this item on this agenda, whereas I see other items dated to the 23rd, 24th. I see nothing regarding this. Something that made national news, that was covered in a Time News article on the 24th. I was further disturbed in reviewing the current strategic plan through 2025 to see only one reference at the very end in the last item on strategic plan. The only action item that I can see this commission is committed to with respect to DTE is to form relationships, to begin forming relationships. My goodness, relationships should have been formed in the wake of 2017's record power outage or in the wake of 2021's record power outage. And you propose that by the end of 2025, you will have built relationships. Friends, you are behind the 8 ball. Accelerate your action and hold DTE accountable.
All right, who's next? Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Mick McGuire, and I live at 4456 Arlington. I went to the meeting the other day, Saturday, about the master plan. And the consensus seemed to be that they like the master plan the way it is. We don't want to change the adult ordinances. We really don't want to do that. We don't want to have pawn shops and things like that up and down Woodward. Okay, the residents, no one wanted low-cost housing, no one wanted multi-housing. They pretty much wanted to stay the same. And the only thing that anybody complained about was these parking meters. So I was thinking the only thing that you really need to change around here is the parking meters, because everybody that talked about, oh God, what a terrible thing it is coming downtown because of the parking meters. Nobody wants to back into a parking spot. Nobody wants to get out with a credit card into a parking meter. It's just a hassle. But I think we mainly want to stay with the same plan as the master plan they have, and stay similar to that. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. All right, yes, in the back. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make sure to remind you, some of you may be new here, this is more like a courtroom and less like a football game. And while I appreciate the applauding, we have just a rule that we don't react to public comment. Not that we don't want to support folks, but it may intimidate other people that may have a differing opinion. So just try to be mindful as best you can. Yes,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Zane Dufour. I live at 415 Oak Run Court. I have a couple of things to address. One, I'm not 100%. I'm not totally caught up on what the specific proposal is from the Downtown Development Association with respect to parking. I will say that I, as a resident, would prefer that we don't completely remove parking meters without a plan to reinstall some sort of new parking meter system in the near future. I'm just sort of ideologically opposed to free parking in important downtown areas. It's like really valuable public space. Secondly, with respect to the master plan process, I was at one of the master plan meetings, and I will agree that most of the people who were there seemed to be opposed to the addition of missing middle zoning throughout the city, as well as a lot of other plans that are being considered. I was one of the few people there who is very supportive of those sorts of changes and allowing more affordable housing, more market rate housing, denser housing. And I will just mention that the representation, the demographics of people who attend meetings in the afternoon on a Friday or in the afternoon on a Saturday to discuss local public matters is heavily skewed compared to the rest of the entire population of the city, and that the city commission should take that into consideration when considering the input from such meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeFleur. Yes, sir.
My name is Scott Langdorf, 1202 Irving Avenue, members of the commission. I too was at one of the workshops on Saturday, and I think they're a great opportunity to give input there, and I was very happy to do so. One of my thoughts that I had that I'd just like to reiterate here this evening is that my wife and I have lived in Royal Oak since 1981, in the same house there, raised 5 children. We're right close to Lawson Park, and the development of that is great. My grandkids really like it when they come over. So we really enjoy a lot of the improvements that we've seen in the city, and I compliment the commission on those changes that we've made here in the city. But as we walk around the neighborhood and we see a lot of the changes that are going on, and especially one of the things that we've noted is as we walk along the old Irving truck route, which was previously in the one area there was light industry around the recycling center and the junkyard and other businesses, which there's only a few still left there. And I've noticed that the development around that whole area has been residential with condos, lofts, townhouses. It's all residential in there that's being developed, with the exception of the marijuana dispensary that was just approved recently. So my thought here is we'd like to protect that area. Now, whether that's grandfather in the existing businesses there so that they can continue, but once when they leave, that property be zoned residential. Because that's the whole area around it is residential. And with other business, with this latest business that's gone in there, the increased traffic, which literally would be driving through all the neighborhoods right there, isn't what Royal Oak, the city of Royal Oak, stands for. So I just like to make that statement and hope that that's a consideration going forward with the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langdorf. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Sue Gilbert, 1219 Irving, and I'm here to talk about my neighborhood as well as Mr. Langdorf. Now that we're addressing the new master plan, I think it's important that we don't forget the evolution over the last 25 years. The berms in the south end are not obsolete now that Franklin Elementary is no longer there. With all the money that's been spent and all the improvements to the berms and the barriers in the south end, why would we spend more money to pull them out? I mean no disrespect, but I don't feel that it's a good plan. I practice what I preach. I don't take Alexander to cut through to 11 Mile. I don't take Kaiser to cut through to CVS on 4th Street. I purposely ignore my GPS when it recommends that I drive through my own neighborhood or any residential neighborhood, whether it be for business or for personal use. Why would anybody think that it's inappropriate to buffer non-residential traffic from a highway off-ramp into a residential neighborhood? With all of the improvements that we've made in the neighborhood to Lawson Park and to Franklin Park, I don't think anybody here would want their children or their grandchildren playing in that park with unrestricted traffic barreling through. We're working hard to maintain the sanctity of our neighborhood and make sure that we maintain those solid borders to discourage non-residential traffic. If we break that open, that non-residential traffic will filter through into the neighborhoods north of Lincoln. We have more stressors than just 696 in the service drive. We have the DTE substation and the train tracks. And let's not forget what just happened in East Palestine, Ohio. We need to be very aware of this and, if anything, make our neighborhoods safer. Thank you.
Ms. Gilbert, I'm sorry, I know you're no obligation to answer, but I wasn't aware that we were, can you help me understand where that information about us removing the berms came from?
It's always being considered, it's always being tossed around. There's pros and cons.
Yeah, I thought that might have been something pending in front of us, because I know at least
I
some
don't
of us
think it's
that have been
pending
up
in front
here.
of you,
Okay.
but I just want to remind everybody how important it is to maintain them.
And I think, I can't speak for everyone, I agree, but.
I know. Thank you.
Okay, I was a little worried, like, did I miss something?
No.
I thought I read my material, I'm a little
Nope.
nervous right now. Okay.
Just want to make sure it's on everybody's agenda.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Mr. Thompson.
Hello, everyone. Mike Thompson, 1210 Irving, Lawson Park Homeowners Association. The last two speakers were part of our association. We're in the South End. We registered 1996. Tremendous amount of urban renewal, great success. Great working with the commission, with the mayor, with the city manager, with the recreation department, planning department. So it's been a good partnership. Right now with the master plan, we see preservation meeting innovation. So it reminds me of don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So preservation is preserving and enhancing what we have that works, the great success of this city. This city is envied by other cities across the state. Innovation is to embrace and utilize technology, adopt sustainable principles, and promote diversity, inclusion, and variety of housing. So we've got a delicate balance with both. So that's the fun of this new master plan. The original and the current master plan reads, preserve, maintain, and enhance the character of existing neighborhoods. 2012, goal number 1. So this objective and goal is why we have such amazing neighborhoods, and the buildup and the land values, the solid tax base, and people that love to live here. It's the lots, plus the diversity of the other great things we have in this town. What's alarming is that the new master plan information and website and information is saying, that it's preservation and redevelopment. So in established neighborhoods. So where did this come from? Why did this change? Are we a sprawling suburb that has been wasteful? Is there a failure with the previous planning and goals? It's just, when we see a new word and a change like this, it almost sounds like a pre-conclusion that city leadership has predetermined the master plan study and direction to consulting planners. And my neighbors feel, when I talk to them, they almost feel like this is in motion. They say, Mike, you can't do anything. They've already said what the study is going to lead to and what the end result will be. So I don't believe that. I believe it's input, it's working with you, and it's working together, and we're going to continue to be a great city. We're most concerned with the land use plan that comes out of this study. So this is what protects the homeowners in certain zones. I'm running out of time here, but there's great lessons learned from our South End. The rub is putting big buildings next to little buildings. It's physical, it's size, solar exposure, privacy. I have a case study. My neighbor, Rachel, could she speak right after me? Just about.
Sure, I can call
Okay,
on
so this is about the physical effects of putting a big multifamily housing next to existing neighborhood houses.
Good evening. Rachel Malowski, 1022 Batavia. My wife Ashley's here with me too. I just want to talk about what the construction has been like since it began. First of all, this multi-unit condo complex has been recently constructed or started construction. It's 25 feet away from our fence line, which when you see it, it's pretty intimidating. It's actually alarming to see how close it is to our property. We believe this is going to immensely impact our afternoon sunlight, privacy, and quality of life. There is some sunlight coming from the open areas of the building, as nothing is really closed off yet. Ashley and I have become avid gardeners since occupying the home 8 years ago. The afternoon sun is going to be greatly impacted by the height of this building. We learned in addition the balconies are going to be facing our backyard. With a distance of 25 feet from our fence line, the fence Mr. Wolfson had constructed will provide no privacy when residents are on their balconies. We're hoping the plan remains to have trees planted. But to have multiple people in multiple units looking down on our property seems quite invasive and something a normal height privacy fence won't solve. I highly doubt any resident would enjoy having a large development this close to their property line, and furthermore, not feeling as comfortable to go outside and enjoy a warm summer evening, feeling like people were watching them. This was not a concern with the previously located single-family homes. We know that more issues are going to arise once these units are occupied, but at this point, what's been discussed is what we know for certain based on the proximity alone of the property to our house, and knowing the path of the sun as it passes over our home. I invite any of you, anyone here, to take a walk down Batavia Avenue. We have a big dumpster in our driveway. You can see how close this is. You don't even have to go into the backyard, but if you want to, you're welcome to step foot in it and take a look and see just what it looks like. It's interesting. The fence line, I think, might be 6 feet tall, but the way it looks, I probably shouldn't leave the podium, but I just want to show you guys, this is what Wolfson constructed, and this is the second floor where I believe the balconies are going to be. This is from looking out my my backyard, just looking at the deck. It's going to be, you know, if you guys want to stop by, you're welcome to. So we weren't aware when we agreed, well, when the variances were done, we weren't aware how it was going to look, but 25 feet is very intimidating. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Pike.
Since we got a packed agenda, I'm going to talk really fast. It's Janice Wagman. Regarding the parking, frankly, I was stunned by some of the city manager's recommendations, and I'm sure the members of the DDA were too. The city manager should finalize negotiations with these changes and bring it back to you for final approval. The reverse angle parking from every metric you can think of except tickets is an absolute failure. You were told by the police chief in July 2021 meeting that it could be changed back, not changed to parallel. I urge you to reject the city manager's recommendation and vote to change it back to regular angle parking. 2, handicap parking. Direct the city manager to establish, not explore, additional on-street accessible parking. 3, increase the time limit to 3 hours without allowing rate increases for the third hour. That'll be so confusing. Regarding ARPA, although I agree with many of the items, I disagree with some and the basis for some of the decisions. Estimates should have been included prior to the residents and you expressing where you wanted the funds distributed. For instance, the $1.5 million cost for a sign. I wonder if even 6% of the public would have voted for this had they known the cost. I urge you to eliminate this from consideration. YMCA, $1.5 million. Although the residents and the City Commission both put a community center high on their bucket list, the estimated $30 million is huge. Knowing they have had financial problems, I hope they are able to raise enough grants and outside investors because Royal Oak cannot afford it. Until we know the answer to that, I would be hesitant to include it. library solar roof, and broadband programs for $402,000. We just passed a 10-year library millage that includes a Headley override that will generate more than $3.8 million extra tax revenue, more than enough to pay for these and leave almost $3.4 million extra Headley dollars in their budget. I suggest that it does not come out of ARPA funds. Based on the estimate for putting 2 small bathrooms in the park, the proposed bathroom in the ARPA list, which is 10 times larger, should be over $3 million, not $750,000. Another no until we know exactly how much this will cost. Item 13, on tonight's agenda, item 6P, the engineering department sought a bid for $82,000 in engineering survey projects. Yet you are being asked to approve a contract with Krieger Klatt for over $200,000 without doing the same. Pre-awarding a contract for the animal shelter before we have even secured the building and funds is risky. Further, the ARPA funds for the farmers market bathroom have not been solidified. This is putting the proverbial cart before the horse. And the last item, rules of procedure. It includes staff reports greater than 2 pages should be provided to the public no later than 4:30 on Tuesday prior to the meeting. But you don't have to post the agenda until Friday. So how would the people know to ask for it? Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Wagner. I see you. You don't have to do that. Come on up.
This is the railroad.
Yeah.
Thank you for acknowledging me. I'm going to try to open up my laptop here. So my name is Trish Oliver. I live at 722 Southwest Street, and I've been in Royal Oak since 1986. So first of all, my compliments to my fellow Royal Oakers for their public engagement and being here tonight. This is what will make our representative government effective, and I so appreciate their presence. We personally have been out of power the last 5 days from the ice storm, so we are doing our best under difficult circumstances, enjoying our sleeping bags and our candlelight ambiance throughout the house. I am here tonight to speak about number 11, approval of American Rescue Plan Act allocation, ARPA. I am concerned about the insertion of multifamily housing into our single-family neighborhoods. I would like to understand why we are spending $300,000 on consultants to rewrite the master plan when we have a good existing one for which elements have not been implemented. I think here in Royal Oak, we're not particularly fancy people. I think we have good common sense, and we like to be thrifty and fiscally responsible. So I think we would like to implement elements of the existing master plan before we move to one where the emphasis shifts from protect our single-family neighborhoods to redevelop. I would propose that any decision makers who could benefit from political contributions from developers or any other person involved in the process write an ordinance to refrain or voluntarily refrain from taking any political contributions. I noticed at the master plan meetings this past Saturday that many residents were deeply discouraged because they felt that the meetings with the consultants were a dog and pony show that were guiding us towards a preordained outcome, and that the buzzwords such as affordable or attainable housing and the narrowing of Woodward or 11 Mile were inserted into the discussions, as well as other buzzwords by the consultants. I feel very sorry for my fellow residents who feel very disenfranchised and ignored, and also are very worried, like myself, about the negative impact of the insertion of multifamily homes into single-family neighborhoods. The commissioners who run for re-election this November should disclose all the political contributions that they've received from developers in the past. And in closing, I would like to say, if we gathered on Saturday to brainstorm the master plan, which unofficially includes the city inserting multiple family zoning into our single family neighborhoods, why is the commission moving forward tonight to discuss spending $450,000 of ARPA money towards multiple family housing. Thank you for your attention and your consideration of my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. All right. I see a hand right here in the middle of the aisle. Yep.
Nancy Poporowski, 1119 Batavia. Good evening and thank you. I attended a master plan meeting and roundtable. My group had concerns from safety at night downtown to keeping our neighborhoods from being swallowed up by high rises and overdevelopment that would and have already taken away some of the character, beauty, privacy, green space, lower traffic volume, and the community aspect of single-dwelling residential housing. Our leaders seemed to listen and encouraged us to give suggestions, praising us for creativity and thoughtfulness about keeping our neighborhoods intact, and that he understood that sometimes less is more. We all had a chance to voice our opinions, and then we proceeded to the summary presentation. To my disappointment and some others, during his post-it note summary, he was vague, left out or misrepresented some of our main points that he had praised us on. Perhaps for a truer explanation of what people believe, the people in each group can write their own brief post-it notes. This way, the real message is presented to the entire audience. Some concerns our leader minimized or left out were work on infrastructure and getting things straight with existing problems in the city before taking and rushing through too many projects, big or small. This includes trying to fill vacant buildings or housing throughout the city and on Woodward. Safety downtown. Number 3, consider the people in the single-dwelling residential neighborhoods. Would anyone here that enjoys an unblocked view in their yard, like a 3 to 4 story Bigfoot building right up to their property, my poor neighbor on Batavia, please give me a show of hands if you would like a 3 to 4 story building right behind your house. I know you're not going to do it, but it's really hard for her, and I feel very badly. Please stop destroying existing mature trees. This would help believe the Arbor Day proclamation. We should always be planting new trees, which we are, but most take 20 years to mature. The city supports a climate action plan. Overdeveloping with too much cement and buildings filling every last green space adds to climate issues. I'm looking forward to another workshop, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Right here in the blue, yeah.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Overgleski. I live at 1707 Colma Avenue. I just moved in recently and got a giant bill for a pavement project. Buying the home, I didn't know this was a thing in Royal Oak. Additionally with that, even if I did know, it would be a little bit upsetting. I pay my taxes, I pay to come park down here. It seems like it would have made more sense if we increased taxes for $5 to $10 for everyone. So the price is just spread out between every person. We all use the sidewalks, it's not one person's. So that's kind of perplexing to me why that's not what we chose to do. Other than that, it seems like it's a bit of a conflict of interest that the city got to choose one entity to do everyone's sidewalk. As a consumer, I love to shop around. I would like to be entitled to the opportunity to see, can I get a better deal? Maybe I also wanted to do my driveway, 2-in-1, get a good price. So those were my concerns. I don't know if there's anything we can do at this point because it seems pretty far down the road. But I can't imagine if I was a single mother, even a single father, getting a couple $1,000 bill is really a true impact. I would love if you respond.
So I'll just help you out real quick. I'll break my own rule again. But I do think you can shop around. So I do think there's a provision. Our city engineer is right back there. So maybe when you leave, you could talk to her. Secondly, this commission did put it on the ballot because we thought the same thing that you did. but you got to look to the person to your left and the person to your right. They voted against it and shot it down because we thought it'd be much more efficient. It would save money overall. We wouldn't have to knock on your door, go through all these hearings, and get these surprise bills because everyone uses the sidewalks.
I honestly thought there was a scam when I saw it.
Yeah.
I'm like, this isn't real.
And people put together a political action committee and got some literature out there, and it got voted down. So.
Oh wow! Is there anything at this point we can do?
No, the voters spoke, and so now you can finance it. But I would. Maybe she just came in here now.
She did.
Chief Engineer Holly Donahue, the best in the state at municipal engineering. She can help answer a few of your questions there. Thank you. Welcome to Royal Oak. Wish we could have welcomed you with a greeting card and not a big bill, but sometimes that's the issue. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Emilio Giglio. I live at 920 North Sherman, and then I'm also a business owner, 22 years, Alex Emilio Salon in downtown Royal Oak. I also have another location in downtown Birmingham, and I just want to say I didn't really prepare anything. I just wanted to come here and tell you guys my Birmingham salon is doing great. Great. My Royal Oak salon is not doing great. And we've been there 22 years, and the only thing that's changed, obviously COVID was impactful. But coming back from COVID, the only other thing that changed is the parking. And I know you're tired of hearing people come complain about it, but I feel like I have to speak it's my voice. I have to be heard by you guys. I've been here 22 years, never came to bother you because it's been great. But right now, the parking is killing us. Every day I've got clients saying, I'm gonna go to your Birmingham location because parking is better. I'm tired of this parking, it's ridiculous. They can't figure out the app. They can't figure out how to pay at the kiosk. Parking, what would they say? There's a person out there helping people learn how to use the parking app. If somebody has to come down here and teach us how to use it, it's probably not efficient. I don't know. I figured it out, but there's so many people who are challenged when it comes to technology. So I don't know what you guys can do. I heard you're going to extend the times. That's great. You're going to give a little bit more of a 15-minute window in the beginning. Is that true?
We'll have to wait to the discussion. There's some things going on. That's all I can say.
Are we voting on this tonight? You guys are going to talk about it?
Yeah, we're going to have a discussion, item 14. But yeah, there's some things going on.
And is there any consideration? Are you guys listening to business owners at all when you make this decision?
We are.
So
sorry, I shouldn't.
Should I stick around? Is there a roundtable discussion later?
What I'll ask is you can reach out to me.
Yeah.
You can reach out to the DDA, and we can give you all the updates that you need. But there are things actively and urgently going on. Yeah, we can talk after.
Urgent, I like that.
I should be. I'm breaking all my rules here at public comment, but I do appreciate you.
I've been here a long time. I don't want to move my business, but I have thought about it.
Yep.
Birmingham's been great. There's a lot of other downtowns I could take my business to. I don't want to do it because I've been here so long. I got a lot of money invested in this town.
Yep, we hear you. We understand. If stick around for item 14.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let's go with people clapping.
Yes, sir, in the back.
Evening. Mike Aquilina. Been living in Royal Oak for 20 years. I live at 1005 East 3rd Street. About 4 blocks directly east of this building. Normally I probably would have walked here this evening, but given the rain and the weather, I chose to drive. And I parked in the farmer's market parking lot. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to get a ticket or not. I do consider myself pretty technologically savvy. I use the Sentry mobile parking app with the concierge parking option. And I can turn all the lights on in my house on and off with my voice using my phone, but I still can't figure out if I'm going to get a parking ticket or not. I have 2 engineering degrees, and I still can't figure out if I'm going to get a parking ticket or not using the app. I don't know where the ticket's going to go if I get a parking ticket. I drive a company vehicle. Is it going to go to my company? Is it going to get the fines are going to get doubled? Is it going to come to me? About 50% of the time, I park with the concierge feature. The app doesn't register my parking session, so I've begun recording all of my sessions myself. What time I enter the spot number, and what time I exit. This happened this past Saturday. I entered into the parking into my log. I was parked at space number 2312. just south of the Maury. I entered the space about 11 a.m., exited about 12:40. At the time, the app did not show it was an active parking session, so I recorded it. I have to do this every time I park because I'm worried if I'm going to get a ticket or not. I went to have lunch with my friends, and it was a topic of conversation that they brought up. They were visiting from Shelby Township, Bloomfield, Detroit, and they were saying what a pain it was that we were limited to 2 hours and couldn't enjoy a nice Saturday out for lunch, and that we'd have to move our cars. Probably would have stayed around longer and frequented some more downtown businesses after lunch, but we cut it short. There's no other community nearby that restricts visitors from parking nearby establishments where parking is readily available. They suggested that next time we go to Birmingham and have brunch, this type of sentiment is damaging to our downtown businesses. I ask that you make some significant common sense changes, educate the community and potential visitors on the parking system, how to use it, the reverse angle parking on Washington, how to use it, run some targeted ads on social media, remove the 2-hour limit from street parking, increase the 5-minute grace period. If you want to encourage people to move their vehicles or not park on the street for long periods of time, consider a graduated hourly fee schedule. Paying more to park for longer periods achieves a similar effect of someone receiving a fine, but the psychological impact of their decision to return in the future is vastly different. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill Harrison, 2729 Trafford, resident of Royal Oak since 1941. Carrying on with the parking, Paul Brake's memo states that any of the proposed changes are predicated on the cooperation of MPS, as we are obligated to follow the parking service agreement. This implies that MPS may not be obligated to follow the parking service agreement. MPS is not keeping their part of the agreement to provide a functional system. MPS agreed to include an offsetting revenue stream that would result in a reduction of the number of tickets that are issued. We've got an engineering degree and an MBA, and I can't figure out what that is. What does that mean, and how does this eliminate the frustration of using the system? Note, MPS has no incentive to improve their meter system since they share 50-50 in the fine revenue. I suggest that the city escrow the MPS share of the fine revenue until they fix the systems. That's what a renter would do to me if I didn't maintain the roof on the building. As far as information gathering, Paul Brake's memo states MPS was accommodating in providing basic information but reluctant to make changes to its system. What kind of cooperation is that? Please have MPS provide an example example city where the meters are working without problems and advise how the Royal Oak meter features differ from the working system. Perhaps we are asking for too many unique features. City, as far as the conclusions and recommendations, the city recommends to keep reverse angle parking, 15-minute grace period, and a $50 fine for pull-in parking. The DDA recommends returning to pull-in parking, 20-minute grace period, and no fine for pull-in parking. The DDA is the parking committee. Why are their recommendations being ignored when they represent the downtown businesses and property owners? And in conclusion, the problems with the MPS meter system have been unresolved for 14 months, which is far too long. Some business revenue is down 50% year over year, and others are leaving, as you've heard tonight. Time is of the essence. The system must be fixed or scaled down immediately. And as I previously mentioned in public comment a couple of weeks ago, The performance of the recently installed MPS surface parking meter system must be tracked to see if the problems have carried over to the surface lots. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Fournier. My name is Wendy Leonard. I live at 2724 Bembridge in the Woodward Side subdivision. And like many other people who came up before me, I'm very concerned about the American Rescue Plan Act allocation. I was born in Royal Oak in 1953. I lived here 13 years in the same neighborhood where I am, basically. I purchased the home I'm in now in 1999. I'd like to also state that in 1988, I became a realtor and an associate broker in 2008. So I've been licensed for many, many years, and I understand how markets work. Like most of my neighbors and other residents here in this city and cities everywhere, one of the greatest things in the American dream is our ability to save our money, purchase a home, raise our families in the areas where we would like to or can afford to, and particularly afford to. But everybody has the opportunity to do it, and they buy where they buy and raise their children where they raise them because they like the character of that area. I think it's really disconcerting to think that we could come in and make changes, dramatic changes, such as those that were spoken about earlier, and destroy, in some regards, what really mattered to a lot of us when we chose the neighborhoods we chose. It has nothing to do with the affordability. It does have to do with the character of the buildings themselves and the parking and the density of the population, the change in that density. The last thing I'd like to say about that is that markets matter. There is supply and demand in real estate as well. I speak to people all the time, long before this subject even was brought in front of us. And people that bought in the neighborhood that I live in and other neighborhoods that I've lived in bought in those neighborhoods because they wanted to live in single-family home neighborhoods, and they'll move. If we have a lot of people who put their homes on the market at the same time, those seniors and people like myself, another senior, who have been living in these homes for a long time and hope to be able to stay there and afford it, and maybe get a reverse mortgage or heaven knows what, we're going to see a depreciation in the values of our homes. We're not going to see appreciation. We're going to see them depreciate. It's a rule of real estate, and it's a rule of the free markets. Thank you.
Thank you. In the back, in the panel.
Good evening. I'm Dave Robbins. I live on 1037 Irving. I've been in Royal Oak since 1990. One of my concerns about the talk about for the master plan is the elimination of the word preserve and this concept of redevelopment. And in conversations with members of the city commission, we have heard, okay, well, we're going to wipe the slate clean, so to speak. That's disconcerting from the standpoint that we have many times we haven't implemented the features of the existing master plan. So our concern here is that, okay, we're going to start all over, and there are areas where we need to focus. Redevelopment is sort of a loaded word. I think a lot of us have expressed that concern tonight. One of the things that attracts us to Royal Oak is the large canopy of trees in the neighborhoods. And we've all seen on the streets with the big box homes going in, and this is not multifamily, but with the big box homes, those trees come down for the development and not much is planted in its place. So we're really, really concerned that that is going to irrevocably change the character of their neighborhood. That's what the current master plan describes most, preserving. Now that doesn't mean that we can't enhance. Obviously we have to move forward and we have issues we need to address. But expending such a large amount of money to redo this master plan as opposed to focusing on certain areas, I think is not wise. And I think we're moving much, much too fast on this. We had our public hearings on Saturday, and today we're here voting on whether to go forward with $450,000. That just seems way too fast. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Chris Meister, and I live at 1066 Vincetta Boulevard. And we've lived in Royal Oak since 1995, and we've had been in 3 different houses. You know, we started out with a modest bungalow and moved our way up as we could afford to, and we didn't expect anybody to change anything to suit our income. We worked to basically elevate ourselves into the neighborhood that we want to be in. And I attended one of the sessions on Saturday, and the public comment was interesting. I didn't hear anyone who said that they wanted to get more multi-unit buildings in their neighborhood. They were looking to preserve the neighborhood, the Royal Oak that they moved into, that we all moved into. You know, we don't come in wanting to change things. We move here, we chose Royal Oak because this was a community we wanted to live in. And it's disturbing that there's motion afoot to change that community. And one of the commenters earlier said, consider the source when you listen to people who come in on Saturday to attend a public hearing. And I find that really disturbing because I don't think anyone there on Saturday was there because that's where they really wanted to be. It's because they felt they needed to be there to protect their neighborhoods. And So, I would say that these people care, and these are precisely the type of people you should be listening to, are the ones who, for the residents who come in and take their time to speak. And, there was some discussion during the invocation about the influence of lobbyists. And I'll just say that there are lobbyists and there are lobbyists, and some work to preserve constitutional rights, others are just motivated by greed to build and build. And there's discussion tonight too about the parking plan downtown, and there's perhaps leeway to make some adjustments there. I mean, the poor women who spoke about their house with their big 3-story unit going in behind them, that's not going to change. They're stuck. There's no going back and backtracking that. Once these neighborhoods are ruined, they're ruined, and that's just the way it is. So please, go back to the original master plan that's dedicated to preserving our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meister. All right, I see a hand in the back corner.
My name's John Rash. I live at 3107 Sylvan Drive, Royal Oak. I've been here since about 95. And I was at the meeting on Saturday, and I didn't see anybody that really wanted the multi-family homes in their neighborhood. And I assumed that these require some type of zoning change to be able to be built. I don't know that. So I'm curious, why would they even be approved if nobody wants them? Is that a complicated question? I don't know why you'd approve it if nobody really wants it in their neighborhood. I don't know who's approving it. Is that like the zoning commission? No, that's my question. So if nobody wants them in their neighborhood, why do they get approved? That's my question. I'm not sure who's approving it or who's approving the zoning changes or what. I don't know how they get approved. So that was it. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Is there a hand back there? Okay.
Hi, my name is Ruth Sarakman. I'm at 1120 Normandy on the north end.
I could actually stand here for 3 minutes and just tell you what a wonderful city clerk and deputy clerk that you have. That you guys have to realize what an awesome service group you have at the city. So that's the good news. I never like to come out here unless I have some good news. The master plan, you could save a lot of money by using the consultant fee that McDonald's paid a long time ago. And basically, they paid a lot of money, and what it said was, any negativity will go out there 50-fold. But if there's a positive light on the city, a business, a restaurant, whatever, it'll only go out 10-fold. So I want you to at least think about that. Royal Oak's taken a long time to build up this community. I was one of them, early 80s. My husband's been here forever. I just don't want to see the preservation to go. We already had an incident at the Royal Oak High School when they wanted to increase the soccer field. One day there's 200-year-old trees on the borderline that didn't make any difference whatsoever. The next day, over the 4th of July, come back and the 200-year-old trees were gone. We can't get them back. People don't pay attention, but the positive information will go slower than the negativity. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Oh, hand back there.
Hi, Andrea Carollo. I am at 611 West 4th in downtown Royal Oak. I have been there since 2006. I attended the meeting on Saturday for the master plan, and I'm not a senior yet. I'm not retired yet. I just care. I actually had to take time off of work to be there. And I care for not only my largest financial investment, which is my home, but I care for my fellow Royal Oakers because most times a home is a person's largest financial investment. And I attended because I do not believe that the master plan should be rewritten to allow multifamily to pop up next to single-family homes. And it does kind of like strike a chord personally because it's happening in my neighborhood right now. Down the street from me, this was before the Planning Commission on January 10th, the property at 718 West 4th Street, they were going forward wanting conditional rezoning to be turned into multifamily with literally 12 variances to ordinances and current zoning, and obviously not in accordance with the current master plan. Essentially, the building is a convalescent home, and it could remain a convalescent home, and if it is not a convalescent home, it's supposed to be single family. At any rate, despite outpouring of disapproval by several of my neighbors, I believe 13 of us spoke, it was still approved by the Planning Commission. And obviously it now will come to you guys eventually for final approval. What's interesting is that during the Planning Commission meeting, many of the neighbors voiced concerns which actually aren't letter of the law reasons why the zoning should not be changed for them, but were just indicative of bad neighbor behavior by the owner over the past 10 years that the owner owned the property. He basically allowed the building to fall into extreme disrepair on purpose, kind of creating the whole anything would be better support. He also tried to sell the building for $1.9 million when he only paid $570,000 for it. So what's interesting is that this person that owns the building is under extreme scrutiny now. We got the whole neighborhood all up in arms. It's going to eventually come to the city commission for approval. You would think that they would actually try to do a little bit what they told the planning commission. They got up here and said, we were bad, we're good now. We won't not pull permits. We won't gut the building anymore without pulling permits. That was all in the past. We're good now, we're good now. Well, guess what? It's unsecured. There's broken windows on the main floor. You think they could at least get their shit together while they're under scrutiny. So I thought you should know.
All right, anybody else? Okay, we only allow, unless you're going to speak at a public hearing, just one public comment per person per evening. So, all right, I don't see anybody else, so I'm going to close public comment and bring the meeting to this side of the table. A few comments though, just because I appreciate everybody coming out, and I had an opportunity on Saturday myself. We had a soccer tournament in the morning, some basketball in the afternoon. I was able to make it to a session and really sit next to a table and listen in, and I'm very grateful that lots of our Royal Oak residents came out on Saturday to go to work. They were charged with discussing and communicating what they love about our community. We heard some of that tonight, the parks, the trees, things that we really love, the downtown, things that they want to keep the same. We talked about neighborhood preservation. We talked about the character of our neighborhoods and how every neighborhood's a little different. And that's why we did break it out into quadrants. And that was very refreshing to hear what people want to keep the same and also what they want to change. By law, state law, we do have to update our master plan. That is something we have to do. And a city of our size does not have the ability to do it ourselves. We have to hire consultants to do that and facilitate that process. We very well could have the exact same master plan. We could have a master plan that adapts to some of the concerns that we had. I mean, some of the homes that are being built today are a product of the master plan. Maybe some of that needs to change. What I don't understand, and maybe there's some confusion out there, is that this process doesn't have it's required by law. It doesn't have this commission doesn't have a foregone conclusion. The idea of multifamily, I heard that come up a lot tonight, and multifamily, in our neighborhoods, and I guess I'm confused. I don't think there's any intention here to tear down houses on Altadena Avenue and put in apartment buildings. I don't think that's any of the intent of anyone here. But there's a discussion that needs to be had to say, okay, what are our needs now? What are our needs in the future? And what do we do to preserve our neighborhoods? And what do we do to look at other parts of town where, maybe multi-housing makes sense? Maybe an old industrial area, so I think there's a lot of information in today's age that goes around that isn't necessarily reflective of exactly what might be transpiring. So I encourage all of you to continue to participate in all of our master planning sessions. Please provide your input. We tried to do some stuff in person on Saturday. We have online surveys. We're doing a scientific survey, so we can have folks, that quite frankly can't make it to all of these functions, so we can hear the voices and make sure that they're represented and elevated the right way. And this is going to be a journey. This is a community journey. And I think, and she has left, but she said it the right way. Bad news spreads, and is much harder for a community to negate than good news. And whether it's parking, whether it's our discussions on the master plan, let's all be on the same page with the truth, because this is all our community. This isn't our community. We just are, volunteers here that were elected to represent everybody. And we want to make sure we always have the important discussions we need to have, but we should do it in a positive way and ensure that this master plan thing isn't getting fixated on something that isn't true, but that we're really focusing on the things that we love, the things that we don't want to change, and the things that we do want to change. And understanding that, it is required by law that we redo a master plan, and this one is old. We don't have the industrial south that we used to have. We have, in Lawson Park, when Mr. Thompson came up, we have it's turned into residential, and they want to preserve that residential. So that's proven point, things are changing. So let's make sure that it's controlled change for the next 25 years, and we need everybody's input. I don't know the Vincetta neighborhood like I know my own neighborhood. I don't know, the northwest corner up in the Beverly area like I know my neighborhood. So please make sure you're talking to your neighbors, get everybody out. This is a community discussion. It's something we have to do. And a lot of different outcomes could be here, but it's not going to be the best outcome unless everyone participates and unless everybody is working from the same set of facts. And, let's not make this something it isn't. Let's embrace what it is, and let's all do a really good job. And I'm confident, just based on the people I hear tonight, their expressions, that people are ready to go to work and do this, and we're grateful for that. I don't know if anyone has anything else to add. Commissioner Douglas?
Just briefly, by my estimate, more than 400 people participated on Saturday. So I am confident that with that much input, that many people from that many different areas, we are going to have an excellent body of knowledge and information to guide the consultants and us as the process goes forward.
Yeah, and let's use the time not to, fear that big apartment building's going to open up right in the middle of our neighborhoods. I don't think any of us have ever petitioned that, but I think that let's talk about the things that we're concerned about. Let's talk about the things that we want to double down on that are going really, really well, like our parks. Let's talk about the things that we think we need to change based on how the world's changing. People are working from home. What does that mean? You know what I mean? Families are staying and coming to Royal Oak. What does that mean? Businesses are changing. What does that mean? So let's have a really good dialogue and a really good conversation. And like Commissioner Douglas said, I was impressed and just overwhelmed that so many of my fellow citizens came out, 400 or so, to talk about this community. That's awesome, because there's a lot of communities where nobody shows up and you get what you put in. So let's make sure everybody puts in, all right? Okay. All right. I guess that's my public comment. Hopefully I kept it under 3, probably didn't. All right, that brings us to the consent agenda. All right, does anyone wish to pull anything off the consent agenda? Commissioner Colo.
D and Q, please.
D and Q. Okay, anybody else? Okay. So we have a consent agenda. For the sake of time tonight, I will not, and to the appreciation of Commissioner Douglas, I will not read every item here, but I'll say the consent agenda consists of everything published with the exception of D and Q. Is there a motion? Commissioner Perush?
I'll move approval.
A motion by Commissioner Perush. We have a second by Commissioner Macy. Discussion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes. D, Commissioner Colo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an item that has to do with the rates that we're paying to our credit card processing company. And it's a rate increase, and it's running for Mr. Brake. Could potentially provide some more information on this increase, why the increase is being sought, and then in particular, is there another option also?
So I will begin the conversation. Good evening, Mayor Fournier and members of the City Commission. As our Finance Director, Deborah Lichtenberg, is making her way up. So from my understanding, this is a contractual obligation that with this processing fee that's associated with it. It is a convenience that's utilized. In fact, in my own personal home that I utilize this as well. So there are advantages that are associated with that, and that's directly tied to the BSNA. BSNA is a common program for our financial software and alike. So this is that it is becoming effective approximately 1 month from today, but nevertheless given our consent. So with that, Deborah Lichtenberg is the direct supervisor over Jane Marie Eubanks, who brought this forward, our city treasurer, and can indulge you with additional information.
Thank you. Our contract with Invoice Cloud allows for them to make certain adjustments from time to time. As Mr. Brake indicated, credit card fees are a convenience fee, so the user of the credit card would pay those amounts. We do offer free of charge e-check options, so if an individual wants to make an electronic payment but does not want to pay credit card fees, they do have the option to use the e-check method and do that for no fees. As a point of reference, over the last year, we had approximately $34 million worth of credit card transactions that came through the city. So regardless of there being a convenience fee, This is it's a method that people do choose to use, and we are bringing this to you to make you aware of this change in rates.
I'm doing some quick math here. So 34 million times a quarter point is $850,000 in increased fees, I guess. So I guess my question is, it's indicated here that there's a second provider that works with the BSNA. Have we gone to them and asked what their rates are? I guess it wasn't clear until Mr. Briggs just said this is part of a contractual increase, that this is a contract that we're in. I don't know why then we're voting on an increase if it's mandated, right? But are there other options here to try to preserve the best rate for our residents?
So there is one other provider that works directly with the BSNA product. We have been working with Invoice Cloud since 2019. So we have not gotten a recent quote from that other provider. I have worked with that other provider in other communities. The rates are very comparable, but we would have the option of approaching them to find out what their current rates are.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate what Commissioner Colo is saying because I have a little bit of bias running a treasury myself, and I know we're kind of, and I think our treasurer does a great job, and this is one of the things that, you know, we're kind of stuck in, and we have to pass through the cost to, because it's a cost endured by the city, although I have this whole argument that it probably costs us more money to process a check sometimes. But what I will say is it really has bothered me over the years that we, like with whether it's BSNA or previous like other things in the city where they only say, oh, we can only use these two providers. Because I can tell you this rate, us being a government entity, full faith and credit of a city, we're never going bankrupt. You know, we should be paying less than 2%. I mean, this should be, if you look at what the state of Michigan pays, the Secretary of State, it's very, very low, and we should have comparable rates as the Michigan Secretary of State. But when we got into the BSNA contract, I think this is something that, you know, they're kind of forcing our hand a little bit. They work with two providers, and those two providers, I'm not saying they're colluding, but there's kind of this rate, and we don't, cities and municipalities using this software don't have a lot of choices. I do support what Commissioner Colo is saying. I don't know if we can do anything here because it is affecting all of our folks, and I don't know that it's convenience anymore for most people to pay by credit card. It's kind of, but what I would say is that this is probably a discussion we need to talk about with our state legislatures and say, you know, cities should have the freedom for their own taxpayers not to be locked into buying a good software, and then this is our only medium to take payments, or whether it's a parking software, whatever it is. I think that, you know, there's some municipal lobbying that needs to go on, because to me this is, you know, an infringement and predatory, and I'm not accusing these companies, they're doing what they can do, but for somebody like a city, these rates would be super low. We're not going to default. We're not going to mischarge somebody a water bill. We're going to rip you off. Oh, we sold you more water. Oh, no, we didn't, you know.
And if I might, we are not limited to two credit card providers. There are two credit card providers that work particularly well with our software. We could go through other processors. It becomes a bit more of a labor-intensive process on our end, and it would not provide instant information and updates in the software to our users. So right now, if somebody pays for a water bill online using a credit card, it's reflected right away.
Yeah.
If we were to use a different provider outside of those two, there would be a delay in those payments being reflected electronically. So I don't want to give the impression that we cannot go out to other credit card processors, but there is an advantage internally and administratively to using one of these two.
Sure, and I think that's the nature of BSNA with the API, and I think that API is not proprietary. It's, you know, a Lego matchup. But I hear what you're saying, and you're correct, and that's absolutely what the case is. I'm just saying that's kind of driven by BSNA to say, oh, well, unless they're these two guys, we're not going to give you the API to get the real-time update. Because you can shop around and say, I want you to batch every hour or instantly. But I think that our hands are tied a little bit on this one. So I'm not second-guessing anybody on the city. I'm just getting on my soapbox complaining about this thing I complained about 3 years ago with BSNA. Commissioner Colo.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would urge the permit, to make sure that we have continuality of service, approve this tonight, and then ask staff potentially explore, take 6 months to go back to us with a potential recommendation of different credit card processing. Is that, by entering into this agreement, we're not going to a long-term agreement, correct?
We have the ability to switch, to make a change if we so choose. So we could certainly issue an RFP for credit card processing services and bring back to you the results of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would move approval of this and the addition to the motion of directing staff to issue an RFP for credit card processing.
Yeah. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Douglas. Any discussion? I just think it's a good idea to show, to negotiate with BSNA, and typically what you do is you just provide 3 or 4 months of statements, and you'll get any number of folks that will, hopefully it's not too much of a burden for you, and maybe have some leverage over these guys. Maybe they'll do a rate match or keep the existing rate. We'll see. All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, Q, Colo. Commissioner Colo.
Yes, sir. Quick on this one. This is a very generous donation. A recognition of the very generous donation from the Herb Family Foundation, who can't be here tonight. I'd like to postpone this until they're able to attend, to be honored with the renaming of the Arboretum for the family of one of the founding families of the city.
Okay, it's a motion to move to next meeting or postpone?
Postpone pending availability.
I'm seeing people fidgeting with their microphones.
Yeah, so Mayor, if I can defer to Director Flipsky, I think there's a timing issue, and perhaps we could do a ceremonial acceptance of the gift, but I think it has to do with the timing of the improvements and a grant, I believe. So without further ado, Mr. Flipsky.
That's correct. And the biggest thing is that we do intend to acknowledge this in a larger way on April 27th at the Arbor Day ceremony that we're doing this year. That will feature large in this. As part of the name change for that event, we also wanted to reveal the sign. So if there were to be some uncertainty on whether or not the name change went through, it might hold us back on getting the sign produced.
So maybe a motion to go forward but with the idea of making sure that there's a ceremonial event at the commission chambers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's motion by Commissioner Perush, or by Commissioner Colo, seconded by Commissioner Perush?
Yes. That's what I was going to suggest, is that we can move up ahead with the formal naming tonight so that they can get the sign ordered so that they can unveil it on Arbor Day. But there's no reason why we couldn't have a separate ceremony at some other time when everybody's healthy, because I guess it's the health of some of the family members is the issue tonight, and they can't be here. So, when it's not sleeting outside and when they're healthy, they can come back and we'll honor them for their extraordinarily generous donation.
All right. Anybody else? All right, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, this brings us to item 7, which is the Michigan Liquor Control Commission License Establishment Public Hearing on the request of Stagecrafters for a new plan of operation with entertainment permit. I see Chief Moore over there.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. The Police Department received a request to review a new proposed plan of operation from Stagecrafters. They are purchasing a Class C liquor license from Quest Ventures located in Milford, Michigan. The license is currently in escrow. Stagecrafters is a 501c3 nonprofit community theater. They don't have any members or stockholders, and the operation is overseen by a group of directors and officers. And the current president has experience operating with alcohol service and has managed the day-to-day operations when they've had their one-day special licenses in the past. The applicants are purchasing the Class C license for $83,000, and they don't anticipate performing any renovations at the location. If approved, Stagecrafters will operate as a community theater with a full-service bar, and the proposed hours of operation are Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with 2 shows, one at 2 p.m. and one at 8 p.m., and then there will also be a show on Sundays at 2 p.m. Additionally, Stagecrafters is wanting to host weddings, showers, or other events, and those hours of operations will vary depending on the events themselves. The main stage is located on the first floor and has seating for 372 patrons, and the second stage is located on the second floor and has seating for 100 patrons. The bar will be located on the main floor, and it will only offer walk-up service of alcohol. The applicants are also requesting an entertainment permit for future use for events such as weddings, showers, and things of that nature. And they have signed and agreed to strictly adhere to the entertainment permit agreement with the city, and they've also pledged their cooperation to adhere to the sound ordinance of the city. We have spoke with the MLCC investigator assigned to this file, and he has indicated there's no issues with the application, and there have been no violations or negative history with any of their one-day licenses that they've held in the past. So our findings indicate that they meet all the necessary requirements to be granted this request, and the police department is not opposed to it. I believe the attorney for Stagecrafters is here, as well as, I believe, the president of Stagecrafters.
I'm a member at large.
Member. But I will remind you, Mr. Mayor, it does require a public hearing because it is a license transfer. So.
Any questions for Chief Moore before we hear from the petitioners? All right, gentlemen.
Good evening. My name is Hans Renschup. As Chief Carruthers correctly said, I'm the attorney representing Stagecrafters. Kelly and my partner was unable to be here tonight, so I'm in her place, and I'll do best to answer your questions. With me today is Brian Tuscany. He's one of the directors of Stagecrafters. He's been there for about 8 years himself. As the Chief pointed out, we are seeking a Class C liquor license along with a Sunday sales afternoon permit and a special event permit. They have had one-day events there serving alcohol for a number of years now. You can have up to 12 a year. At this point in time, it's kind of being laborious to get 12 every year, go through the process each time, as well as they'd like to have a few more as well. They have done weddings there in the past. They don't do a lot of them, but they want to have that, reserve that right to do it further and increase revenues. As they said, there's going to be no changes to the architecture or building improvements. We don't anticipate more traffic, any more noise, any additional things. It will simply be the additional service of alcohol as they've done for the limited 12 events. I'm happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Questions? Commissioner Douglas.
Having substantial experience in these matters, members of the casts of plays often gather after the show for a celebration or a party. It's my understanding that when you have a Class C liquor license, people can't bring their own liquor into the building. So how will the theater be managing liquor sales for such parties?
Well, I can tell you this, that liquor sales, as you correctly point out, Class C liquor license requires it to be sold at the premises. You cannot bring it, you cannot donate it, you cannot do it. So they could not use the liquor licenses associated, the Class C liquor license associated with the entity to serve an after party.
I'm sorry, say that last
They couldn't
again.
use it, they couldn't give them the alcohol from the party or they could have each member who was at that after party come up to the bar and purchase it for monetary compensation.
So they'll be assigning bartenders to work during parties?
That's the requirement of the Liquor Control Commission, yes, and a Class C license.
Okay.
If they don't know that, they know that now.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Colo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a phenomenal idea. Enjoys the show a little bit more, maybe with a drink, that's wine or so. Can you talk about the management of how you're going to run your bar, the general manager, the bar operations staff that you're going to bring in to oversee this?
Sure, yeah, so for the special event licenses, I've been acting as the quote-unquote bar manager for the special events that we've had. We have personnel of 8 ushers and a house manager. Every evening we have a performance, or afternoon we have a performance, and we have minimum required 3 bartenders. We usually like to have 4, so we kind of strive to have 4 bartenders. Tip certification, according to the MLCC, 1 person every time we're open has to be tip certified, so we've done well with that as well for our special event licenses. And we plan to operate on a volunteer basis. A community theater like Stagecrafters has a very large volunteer pool. And so, with the special events, we've pulled volunteer bartenders to help manage that bar, and it's worked out well for us so far. Eventually, if we get the permanent, are granted with the permanent license, and we have to, maybe hire staff because it's too overwhelming for volunteer basis, we might have to look into that. But right now, the plan would be to continue with the volunteers kind of running the bar.
So then, well, with your volunteer bartenders, I mean, being tips and tams certified, you learn a lot about pouring drinks and the art, or more precisely, the measurements thereof. So I'm assuming that all those volunteers and that we take on the bartending shifts know the correct way.
Yes, correct. Okay. And then there's some people, just for your knowledge, we have usually 2 people cashing people out and then 2 people pouring the drinks out of the 4 that work per performance. So some people don't even like to serve, the alcohol at all, so they just like to cash people out.
Okay. Do you bring any samples tonight?
I wish. No.
Go to license,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. Well, if you guys want to take a seat, we're going to open up the public hearing, and then we'll go from there. If there's any questions, we'll bring you back up.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Is anyone here to speak on this topic tonight? Ms. Harrison.
Laura Harrison, resident since 1973. I'm here to totally support what Stagecrafters wants to do. I think it was 83, I opened my store in 83, right across the street from the Washington Theater. I closed my doors at night, about 4:30, but I was there because, you got to put the money away and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, I heard a bunch of fire engines. I walked outside, and the Washington Theater was on fire. Scared, and I just was crushed because it had been there, it was just part of downtown. It was an empty building, burned. Luckily, the whole front of the lobby and area were gone, but the back of the building. I have to give giant praise to the Stagecrafters for coming into Royal Oak and taking a burned out building and restoring it to one of the best places in downtown Royal Oak. I have been there many times for many occasions. I took my granddaughter there several years ago, she's 27 now, for her first live stage event that she thought was wonderful. I totally support what this business has done. They rebuilt that building, and I know there's a gentleman back there that knows all about it and worked so hard to bring it to what it is now. And I hope you will support their next step up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harrison?
Harrison, 2729 Trafford. Hate to take more of your time, but these people have done such a fantastic job with the restoration of that theater that they need all of the accolades that we can give them. They put a lot of sweat equity into it and did a marvelous job on cleaning it up, fixing it up, and I see no reason that they shouldn't have a liquor license. Nobody's going to go to the theater to drink and in excess. If they want to do that, they're going to go to a bar. So please approve the liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Anybody else to speak at this public hearing? Anybody? Oh, yes, you, Mr. Ellison. I don't know. She said hard work, so could have been somebody else.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Commission. Jim Ellison, 1309 Mohawk, City of Royal Oak. As a lifetime member of Stagecrafters, as a former past president of Stagecrafters, I'm wholeheartedly endorsing this plan. Even when I was president back in the 90s, you're always facing the same battle. Every community theater is in competition with every other community theater, and you need that extra little pinch to get people to come to your shows. And the ability to be able to serve someone a cocktail or something before the show goes a long way to drawing the patrons into your building to see your shows. So it's something that they have tried to do for years and years. They did get the one-day licenses for special events, but I believe that they could be absolutely good stewards of this operation, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. Anybody else wish to speak at this public hearing? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring the conversation to this side of the table. Commissioner Douglas.
It would be my honor to make a motion to approve this resolution.
A motion by Commissioner Douglas, a second by Commissioner Dubuck. All right, discussion?
Yes, I have about the same history as Mr. Ellison. We served together on the Stagecrafters Board of Directors. He met his wife in a show that I was also in, so there's a fair amount of history here in the room. His point is well made about enhancing the experience for patrons. I will point out that the tens of thousands of people who come to Stagecrafters every year are an economic development engine. Even though people may have a drink before the show or during intermission, they are still going to go out to dinner before the show or go out for a bite and further beverages after, and that helps drive the Royal Oak economy. So being able to give them a leg up to help them stay stable within the community and continue to serve the community is an absolute asset.
Oh, Commissioner Hunt?
Yeah, just sort of to echo what Commissioner Douglas indicated. There are so many theaters in the area that provide alcohol, that have these bars. And it is, an additional experience for the patron, and it's an additional source of income for the business itself, without having to pass that cost on to, by way of ticket sales or increasing sales to those that want to come and see the shows that Stagecrafters put on. So I would be supporting this motion, and I will be supporting the bar once it opens.
Commissioner Dubuck?
Thank you, Mayor. There's not much to add. Obviously, Baldwin is a gem in our city, and what Stagecrafters offers is something really special and unique in the downtown of Royal Oak, often featuring my wife, who's been in some productions, and most recently my daughter will be in The Jungle Book opening on Thursday night. So if you don't have your tickets yet, get your tickets, and hopefully at the next show I will be enjoying an adult beverage for the next production. So happy to support this.
And Commissioner Dubuck fails to mention that he has also been a performer at Stagecrafters in a cameo performance produced by Commissioner Douglas.
That's good.
Along with the mayor, of course.
Yes, this is true.
And
this is true.
The former mayor.
And I made most of my sets, or most of my appearances.
Yeah, most.
I may have got lost in wardrobe talking to somebody. I will never do that again after the very succinct and nice words that were given to me by a person I respect. I think this is great. There's not much more to add. I just think that in a program that's always attracting applause,
it's great to see you're going to get some booze.
Oh.
Oh, man. I get at least five dad jokes, kind of older dad jokes a night. All right. Yeah, that was good.
I liked it.
Commissioner Cole?
good. No, don't let him get it.
You know, I was thinking about supporting it, but then I heard this Allison guy is really involved with it, so I'm kind of on the fence now. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. And honestly, thank you. I think it's a smart move, and I think what Commissioner Hunt said, Commissioner Douglas said, it's going to help. I would say be more competitive, but just add to the experience that you already have. And we talk about things in Royal Oak all the time. There's always a list of complaints, but we always need to highlight all the awesome live entertainment that we have, and Stagecrafters is the leader in it. So thank you for everything you do, and look forward to seeing how it works out.
Thank you so much. We'll be here for the Jungle Book.
We'll be there.
To bring our own money.
It's a flask only.
I won't make any jokes. All right, that brings us to a public hearing vacation of the public utility easement at 2321 North Vermont. I see Mr. Murphy here. Mr. Murphy?
Good evening. I'm going to display some images on the screen that'll help our conversation. You'll see an aerial photograph on the screen which highlights that the subject property or the subject request is at the corner of North Vermont and Parkdale Avenue. The way that the original plat of this area occurred is that Parkdale Avenue extended west of Vermont to the edge of the golf club. And in 1986, the City Commission vacated the public right-of-way, that portion of the public right-of-way of Parkdale Avenue. But the City Commission explicitly retained a public utility easement. And that public utility easement prevents permanent structure from being, a permanent structure from being constructed in that easement. It does allow for things like the driveway that you currently see or landscaping. The petitioner or the property owner at 2321 North Vermont submitted an application requesting that the city vacate or eliminate its public utility easement. And staff has no objection to the request, with the exception of retaining a small easement along the very back side of the property adjacent to the Red Run Golf Club. There's a belief that there may be some underground utilities there, so staff does not recommend vacating a 6-foot easement along the rear of the property. But we have no objection to the majority of the request, and the public utility doesn't serve a public purpose from the city's perspective at this point in time. So the petitioner is looking to have that easement vacated or eliminated so that they can divide this piece of property and construct a new home on the north side of the property. Now, obviously, the current language in the easement that the city holds prohibits them from building a structure in that area. So they're asking for the city to vacate that. And at your January 23rd meeting, you set tonight as the public hearing for the vacation request. So the petitioner and their legal counsel are present tonight if you have questions for them.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Murphy first? The petitioner?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Leroy Asher. I'm here this evening representing Brad Baker and Derek Smith, who are the the applicants on this matter. I will tell you that I've presented at hundreds of hearings in my career, and oftentimes you get the question, well, these people are from the outside, they don't live here and they don't do all of this. I will tell you, this is, not only do they live here in this community, and not only do they live on this street, but they live in the two houses immediately adjoining the house that is existing and that we hope remains, and then the new lot will be to the north of that. So Brad lives at 2313, and Derek lives in the house next door to him at 2309. As Mr. Murphy's done a great job, and I'm not going to go back through this, but to tell you,
that when the matter was done in 1986, the resolution was passed as to 12 streets. And I'll just briefly, because I think it's important for the comments that will come after, the easement that was reserved is expressly reserved an easement for public utility purpose for the installation, maintaining, etc. of sewers, conduits, water mains, telephone, telegraph, electric light, or other poles, wires, or things. It is not an access easement. It is not an ingress and egress easement. It is an easement for utilities, and it's certainly not an ingress and egress easement for neighboring property owners, which is the comments that have come forward. As we said, the application is just to vacate the public utility easement. Your staff has done a great job, and they have pointed out, and reading from their write-up of this, that the concern that's been raised by the neighboring property owner is a concern that is a private one between these abutting property owners that can only be addressed in the Oakland County Circuit Court. It is the matter that's before you tonight is equally important, but it's a different issue than the property rights as between the parties, which would be a court issue and not an issue as to the vacating of this easement tonight. Your staff has determined, and I think rightfully so, that the easement no longer serves a public purpose. You have the recommendations from your DPS, from your engineer, and your fire marshal, in addition to Mr. Murphy's office. And as to the development itself and what that Brad and Derek plan to do here, I know you have it in your packet, and I know you've all read the material. I'm going to highlight a couple of things. There is a 100-foot lot that is going to be split and hopefully split and then allow for the construction of the new house on what is now the vacant side of it to the north. You've seen in the materials, and if you look at the houses that the two of them have built, they are beautiful houses. They fit, they live there. So that's what's going to go on there. It's going to retain the existing house, which serves as a good price point for an entry-level purchaser, which is, I think, a very valuable thing for the city, somewhere in the 300 market range, and then allows for a construction of a newer house. If this were not to pass, the only option is to tear down the house that's there, and you would still build a bigger house, a much bigger house that's going to be out of character for that neighborhood, and that driveway is still going to get split because you cannot have a shared driveway. And so that is the result if this doesn't pass. It doesn't change the neighbor's issue. It just changes the character of the neighborhood by putting a huge house in a spot that there aren't other huge houses. And so this plan that they have come up with, again, you've seen the photos and you've seen what the quality of what they build. And we think this would be a very positive development. You've seen the other lots that have been vacated and the easements over time. This would be very similar. The city has done so not only on Houstonia to the south, but in other areas throughout the city. I can respond to the legal arguments, but I'm going to choose not to because I think that's for the circuit court. If you want me to do that, I'm happy to come back up and do that. But suffice to say that the issues, as a legal matter in terms of prescriptive easements and those things, we disagree with that, but it's for a different place than for here tonight. And with that, Derek and Brad are here and available, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for the petitioners? Pretty straightforward. Okay. Well, you guys can appreciate you coming up and explaining it, and if you guys want to have a seat, we're going to open up the public hearing, and we may call you back up based on the public hearing.
Thank you very much,
All right,
Mr. Mayor.
thank you. All right, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Anyone here to speak on this issue tonight? I see a hand in the back. Yes, sir, come on up.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is John Little. I'm an attorney for Jody Bollert, who resides at 2403 North Vermont Avenue. She's at the property adjacent to the private drive that the applicant's asking to vacate. Mr. Murphy with the Planning Division and the attorney for the applicants have offered to the commission that the resolution only creates an easement for the city of Royal Oak, a public easement for utilities, the beneficiary of whom is the city of Royal Oak. I would request that you take a look at the resolution itself. There are multiple paragraphs, and the attorney for the applicant read the first paragraph, which talks about the reservation of the public easement. But there are other paragraphs that have what I will call restrictive covenants that basically say none of the owners that are taking an interest in this property subject as a result of the 1986 vacation can build on that private drive. And if you look at the City Planning Commission's resolution, which is the second page of the packet for this agenda item, it indicates that they're recommending that it be resolved that the City Commission hereby vacates the public utility easement and all related restrictions. And so I submit to you that what you're being asked to do is to take away a property right from Ms. Bollert. When the city originally vacated this private drive, she became, or her predecessor in interest, but by virtue of her deed, and she's the owner of it now, she became an owner of 1/2 of that drive. And Mr. Murphy will correct me where I'm wrong because I know he knows the dimensions better than me, but I think it's basically about a 30-foot width drive. Is that right? About that. So about 15 feet is owned by Ms. Bollert and 15 feet owned by the applicant. But when you vacate that private drive, in addition to giving them an ownership interest to the center line of that drive, you also give them other interests in it. And that is the ingress-egress easement that I've suggested exists in her objection. And so when you're vacating the public easement, you're also vacating her access, her ingress and egress over that private drive by virtue of vacating the restrictive covenants. And what I've tried to submit, and probably inartfully so, and I apologize for that, is that taking first isn't fair to Ms. Bollert, who purchased this property with the understanding that this is what she had, but moreover is something that I would submit to you violates the Constitution as a taking without just compensation. Now, the attorney for the applicant's right that this is something that we could address in the circuit court, but I also think it's appropriate for you to deny the applicant's request because of the taking related to Ms. Bollert.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm Jody Bollert. I purchased the home about
I'm sorry, do you mind coming to the microphone a little bit so we can hear you?
Yes, I'm Jody Bollert. I've been a resident of Royal Oak for nearly 30 years. Graduated from Michigan State, came right to town and enjoyed it. I have enjoyed it very much. I actually lived for about 20 years on 4th Street, just east of Maine, where there are 50-foot lots. That's pretty much the standard, and the houses are really close together. So when I found this house on Vermont about 7 years ago, I was like, oh my gosh, this is like such a gem. And I have to say, I felt so fortunate to be in that place. It's, as you can see, the approach to the garage, which I have in the rear on the right, where you see the blue car. It's a beautiful view. And so what's going to happen is that view will become a house, essentially, and the drive will be much narrower. One of my concerns is being able to get into my garage, which is in the rear of my house and which was built that way in the early 90s. So there's a huge loss of green space, of sky. My kitchen window will be looking at the wall of another house. This is nothing compared to the problems I've heard people have earlier tonight, and boy, do I empathize with that, especially now. So I'm just, this is more of an emotional statement, but it will be an emotional loss for me to see all this beautiful space consumed, again, on 50-foot lots, houses right next to each other, variances that have been reduced. And I think that the easement, which will remain on my driveway, because that's not part of tonight's discussion, I will bear the burden of all utilities for the 4 houses now to the south of me who have no space next to them to get a vehicle on any side of the house. Not much more space than a lawnmower. So I will bear a lot of burden with this change. So I hope it doesn't pass. I'm not sure that I will win that argument, but I thought it was worth coming up and speaking a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak tonight at this public hearing? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Bring the meeting to this side of the table. Commissioner Perush.
I'm going to move approval of the resolution to vacate the utility easement, and I can explain my reasoning when everybody else has decided whether or not this is going to go forward.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Perush. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Colo.
When a city or a county or any other public agency obtains an easement over private property, whether they buy it outright with negotiation or whether they use eminent domain, it burdens, as the legal terminology goes, that private property. The private property owners don't have 100% of the private property rights that another private property owner would have that doesn't have that easement over the property. So it's a burden, and it's a responsibility of the entity that acquires that easement, which in this case is us, to either utilize that easement or, if they decide that they don't need it, to take it away. Because it's not fair to impair that property with a burden that you can't use a portion of your property because the easement is there. When there's no longer any need for the easement should come away so that the person has the complete use of their private property. Those are very valid historical private property rights that this country has had forever. And in this particular case, the staff has determined that we don't need the easement for water lines or sewer lines or any other public utilities that the city would build on that easement. They do want us to retain the 6 feet back in the back because potentially there's an old utility line back there that we don't really know is there or not. Plus there's overhead electrical lines, so retaining 6 feet makes a lot of sense. But in terms of the other public utility easement that was there, we don't need it. And therefore it's not fair to burden private property with that easement if we don't need it. And we've determined that we don't need it. Once it is gone, both property owners on both sides that just spoke with their attorneys, as a property lawyer, I think have very valid arguments as to whether or not they have rights to their half of the property that is going to be remaining in their hands, half of the street, the 15 feet on one side and the 15 feet on the other side. As a property lawyer, I have views as to who might win that argument, but on the other hand, that's not for us to decide. Those are private property disputes between 2 adjacent private property owners as to the use of that 30-foot strip, which will go 15 feet, which now exists in the hands of 15 feet of one property owner and 15 feet on the other property owner. And they're going to have to decide, either in negotiation or it might end up in court, as to who has the right to use the full 30 feet for access, or whether the individual property owner to the south has full right to use that 15 feet and she loses her access. But we're not a judicial body. We don't have any authority to make that decision. That's a judicial decision. It's not an administrative decision. And that's an argument between 2 private property owners. And if I were the judge, I think I know how I would come down, but that's not our role here as a city commission. Our role is simply to decide, do we need this easement anymore? And if we don't need it, to take it away so that the private property owners can enjoy the full use of all of their property without being burdened by the easement. So that's why I'm supporting this motion tonight. It will be interesting to see how this comes about in terms of negotiation or a circuit court action to decide who has full use of the property, one side or the other or both. But that's not for us to decide. And that's all I need to say.
Commissioner Colo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I seconded this just procedurally, so it didn't die on the table here. I do have a couple questions for Mr. Murphy, if I can go ahead here. Mr. Murphy, right now, as the property sits, could either neighbor put up a fence of any sort down the center of their line?
I don't believe that the city's current easement would prohibit that. I wouldn't consider that a permanent structure.
Okay. So in the middle of the driveway, a fence could go up right now on one side or the other to restrict use for that neighbor at any given time.
Certainly.
Or
And
landscaping, shrubbery, trees.
the driveway
arborvitae.
doesn't even need to be there. The property owner can remove it and relocate a brand new driveway somewhere else on the property.
So one property owner could take out their half of the driveway right now as the restrictions sit, and they could move it if they wanted to.
They could move it to a different location on their property, yes.
Okay.
As we read the easement language, yes.
Okay. And then, there was a comment today that only half of our current easements being vacated, correct?
That's correct. Simply because the property owner at 2321 submitted an application requesting that. Property owner to the north did not submit an application, did not request that.
So the property owner to the north has the same right, the same ability to request an application, could also have that land vacated?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We'll have the easement vacated.
The
land has already been conveyed to them.
Sure, okay. So, but it's not for any other reason than they just didn't apply for this time?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have seen that there's other examples of this same intersection throughout the city that we've vacated already, correct?
Numerous locations.
Numerous locations. Okay. I definitely am empathetic to the person against, the neighbor against this today. As someone, I only live on a 35 wide lot. It's not easy. I would actually love to have a 15-foot wide driveway sometimes. But at the same time, Commissioner Prush said it so well. I think that there's property rights here. This is not a item for us to decide. We need to decide, do we need the easement? And we simply don't need the easement. The property rights, how it's used thereafter, from my conversations with the planning department, if Mr. Leal wants to discuss it all also, it seems to be that this decision is simply, is the easement proper for us still? Everything else, if they're valid arguments or not, is not what's before us tonight.
Commissioner Macy?
That's kind of all been said now. So we made a lot of jokes in law school about how we were never going to use property law again, and here we are using property law again. But luckily, I have someone here to give me a tutorial in case I forgot. So it's convenient to have Commissioner Prush here for that. But so I agree with Commissioner Colo. I feel very empathetic for the northern neighbor, and I'm hoping these neighbors can work together to a solution that doesn't end up in circuit court. But I see that might be where they're headed. But in any case, I agree with what's been said already, that what's before us today is all we can decide, and I think it's been well stated what that question is.
Anybody else? Commissioner DeBuck?
Yeah, I'm trying to think back on other vacated right-of-ways that we've discussed before, and whether or not we've considered anything other than the city's use of it and the necessity of us keeping it to prevent the vacation of the lot. And I can't think of one. And Commissioner Prush's argument is incredibly sound. And I'm still trying to think of a whole. I got nothing. So I'm sympathetic to the impact it could have on the neighbor, but I agree that's a matter for another body. So I will support the motion.
Anybody else? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
All right, this brings us to item 9 on tonight's agenda, which is approval of amendments to fiscal year 2022-2023 budget. Director Lichtenberg's here.
Thank you. So each year we adopt a budget. That budget becomes a planning tool. And that budget is shaped as the year goes on by various things that happen, decisions that the commission makes, the timing of delivery of certain items, completion of projects, and other things that cause us to need to submit to you periodically a budget amendment request. Included in tonight's request is primarily items that have changed in the budget landscape due to either timing issues with capital projects, perhaps construction was delayed, or for items that were purchased, were ordered, and didn't get delivered in time to be in the prior fiscal year. So those items we refer to as rollover items. In addition to that, there's some actions that the commission has taken thus far in the fiscal year, and this provides the housekeeping to incorporate into the budget those items so that everything gets trued up to the action that's been taken so far. What this also includes is revenue items that have become more concrete as this much of the fiscal year has gone on. Included in here is the new property tax millage that was passed, that was not available and was not included in the budget when it was originally submitted to you, and various other items. On page 8 and 9 are the actual resolution. We've provided for you here the amount of the original budget, the proposed budget amendment, and then where the final amended budget will end up being after this resolution. What is not included in this budget amendment is anything related to ARPA. Those discussions will be held separately and will be handled as a separate budget amendment as those are approved. So I submit this proposed budget amendment for your consideration.
Questions for Director Lichtenberg? Commissioner DeBuck?
Thank you, Mark. So, yeah, I've come over this, and it all seems pretty standard in any given fiscal year. The one thing that jumped out at me that I'm just looking for a little bit of perspective on is $29,500 for HVAC system repairs to this building that is 3 years old, and another substantial repair, which I believe is to our brand new police station, for $58,000. I'm just curious, are those not warranty issues? Is the system, was it flawed? How is that happening?
I don't know. Aaron, do you have any perspective?
Yeah, so
on
as
those
he's
items?
walking up there, warranties, I believe, are covered for 1 year, and the duration that we've been in this building is longer than that. So I have some vague recollection, but I defer to Director Flipsky.
That's what I was going to indicate, that it was outside of the warranty period. Beyond that, I can't say the specifics about what the repairs were that were required, but I can certainly collect that information and forward that on to you.
I'm just curious. I thought like a new construction warranty is like 1 year. I didn't know HVAC would be part of that. I didn't know if that was falls outside that.
Yeah, like the system itself, the installation may be 1 year, the quality of workmanship, but the actual machine itself might be warranted for much longer.
No, the equipment was not. It was all part of the warranty package in this instance.
All right. Thanks.
Commissioner Douglas?
Well, clearly the HVAC improvements in this building weren't done to make this room warmer.
Seriously?
Yeah, really.
Saving money, Commissioner Douglas, saving money. Gonna keep that thermostat locked up. Commissioner Colo?
I'm just looking at the use of the fund balance. Was originally projected to be a couple $100,000 through wise financial management, we are not having to dip into the fund balance this year, which is, I think, a testament to the city and the good management. Even with these unexpected expenses for the HVAC systems, it's great to see that we continue to be good stewards of the citizens' money.
Good point. All right. Anybody else? I think we have, let me scroll to the top here. Oh, there it is. Yep. You want to make a resolution? Commissioner Dubak.
I'll move for the proposed resolution.
Motion by Commissioner Dubak, second by Commissioner Macy. Discussion. Commissioner Cole.
I just have one quick question for Ms. Linkenberg. I see the Roots Fund continues to have money in it. I know this is a conversation that predates you by probably a decade at this point, but is that fund going away at some point? I thought that fund was...
I hope so.
Okay. Sure.
Yes.
Okay. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right. And I see City Engineer Donahue over here. Middle name extraordinaire. I can go with that.
Good evening. Tonight I'm here to provide a brief update on our current road millage and then also go into the recommendations for a extension of the road millage, focusing more on our major roads. Thus far, we've completed 8 years of work under our 10-year road millage. I've provided several attachments in your packet that show the work that we did this past year in 2022, all the work that we've completed throughout the entire city through all 8 years. Our current goal right now is to get our average PASER rating for the local roads to be at 5.0. Right now we're up to 5.18, which is up a tenth from last year, so we're still on a good track and still trending upward, so that's good, and have exceeded our goal thus far. We presented this last year, so some of this might seem a little bit iterative, but we did have some concerns that we wanted to bring to your attention about our major roads. We have about 51 miles of roads that are under Royal Oak's jurisdiction that we did not touch with this current road millage. Of those 51 miles, 62% of them are considered to be in poor condition. We get Act 51 funding for our roads, and with that, we have about $2.5 million that we can spend on construction each year for any sort of capital improvements. And then, of course, if we get additional funding through competitive grants, we're pretty aggressive going after those. We can add to that. But that's still not a whole lot of money. That, $2.5 million will get you about 1 to 2 miles of road improvements. So if we're trying to fix 51 miles and we can only do 1 or 2 a year, you can see what we're kind of in a vicious cycle there. So renewing the road millage for another 10 years, and that would be 2025 to 2034, would help improve our major road network significantly. And so I'm recommending that the Commission approve placing a road millage renewal proposal for this coming November's ballot for the voters' consideration. This would create approximately $7 million of additional funding per year, and then adding that to the Act 51 funding, we have a budget about $9.5 million, and that's sort of how we laid out our plan based on that number. We originally planned to do this last year on the November 2022 ballot. Of course, we opted to delay that until 2023 because we had so many millages on the ballot last fall. So the principal goal of this millage is, as I mentioned, to focus on major roads, but we don't want to forget all the good work we've done on our locals, and so we want to continue to do upgrades on those as needed and certainly preventative maintenance. And then we also want to start looking a little bit more into our sidewalk ramps in our neighborhoods. We've never really focused on those. We upgrade them if we're there for a road project, but there's a lot of sidewalk ramps that are very old and they're certainly not compliant. So something we'd like to focus on as part of this program. When we went over this last year, there seemed to be a general agreement with the Commission that including the sidewalk program itself might be a nice idea as part of this millage. So the current sidewalk program that we have right now extends through 2026, and so that's a 6-year program. Every resident pays for the sidewalk adjacent to their property that gets improved. But beyond 2026, we would then go around the city again, upgrade as needed, but have the millage cover that work. So we kind of get to skip a cycle of the billing for residents and just improve the city as part of that. So in the commission letter that you have, I provided a GIS map or a link to the map on your website. It shows where our plan is right now for the schedule. That will shift, I'm sure, as we get grants and different constraints that kind of tie us to certain fiscal years. But that's our plan as of right now. There's also a table in the packet that kind of shows the budget and the segments of road for each year. So if there's any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them. But tonight, I'm really just looking for your approval to move forward with the ballot language. We had a pretty perfect draft, I think, last year, so we'll just tweak that and bring it back for your approval, probably at the next meeting, and then send that on to the AG's office. But tonight, it's just general agreement that you'd like to proceed with this, and then we'll get moving on the ballot language.
Questions for City Engineer Donahue? Commissioner Hunt?
Sure. For Ms. Donahue or Mr. Brigg, just to be clear, this is a renewal. The taxpayers of Royal Oak won't necessarily see an increase. This is just a renewal of what's currently on board here.
So it's a renewal, but it's bringing it back to the full 2.5 mils. So right now it's 2.3 something, and I will put that in the commission letter with the ballot language.
But it is the 2.5 mils.
But yeah, the goal is to bring it back up to 2.5.
All right, thank you.
And just so everyone knows, I mean, we went and did a heck of a job on our local streets. I mean, noticeable improvement and more to come. You can see the progress here. This is primarily for our major roads.
Correct.
Yeah, which, still get traveled, and I still, I know I can identify a few that need some work.
Sure.
Commissioner Perush?
We should also point out that just like we approved contracts in the consent agenda this evening, that rather than full reconstruction of a local road, you still will have concrete repairs on local roads and asphalt repairs on local roads as needed. Those will go forward whether or not this gets on the ballot and whether or not it passes. That's an ongoing thing. We're talking, at least in terms of the local roads that we've been doing, almost a complete reconstruction of each one because they were so bad. But the concrete improvements and the asphalt repairs, that's going to continue just like it's been going for the past period of time that I'm aware of.
So our road millage as it's set up right now has 4 different programs. Concrete full reconstructs is a part of that, but I would say that's a smaller portion of the budget that we use. Most of our budget is used for asphalt resurfacing and concrete patching. Because a lot of our streets are in decent condition, they just have some really bad panels that need to get fixed. So with this millage renewal, for sure, we will continue to do those types of improvements. If this doesn't get approved by the voters or even here tonight, we would have to figure out how we want to spend our 2.5 million. Do we want to focus on a road project for majors one year and maybe do some locals the next year? But I would not be able to just continue doing what we're doing right now because we fully use the road millage dollars for all of that.
Okay, that's important to clarify. Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
Commissioner DeBuck.
I think we fulfilled our promises with this previous round of road millage and the road work that's been done. I think people want to see that continue. I think it's important to note, so we're talking about going back up to the full 2.5. So the same mill rate that's already been approved, but just kind of getting back from the couple years rollback. But this is going to be now a 10-year millage, which means it's even more important to get back up to that full rate because it's going to roll back for 10 years in a row as more and more revenues come in. So I think that makes it an important strategic move to get us back to that full rate because it's going to have that much more time to kind of dwindle.
Right.
Actual question. Does this plan allow for, how does it inform, or is it informed by, should this pass and we have these extra dollars to upgrade our roads, our SCAP and identifying how we merge environmental sustainability with our road infrastructure?
Sure. Well, the great thing about major roads is you have a lot more flexibility to incorporate green infrastructure. You often have more room or more space to do it in. We've talked about a couple road diet potential projects in the future, somewhere we can incorporate that. I'm kind of excited to start working on our downtown roads, which are part of this, and we have awesome sandy soils in the downtown, so I think we could really do some good work there with not as much investment, whereas other places you have to do soil replacements and there's a lot more work and costs associated with it. So every project that we do, we have a green infrastructure checklist that we say, should we do it here? If not, why? Or, here's the geotech information. We think it makes sense to spend dollars on this. And we kind of go through that analysis for every project we do because the commission told us to. So, so that's some part of just our standard operating procedure.
Right. And should we put this on the ballot and the voters approve it, they would also then be agreeing that this strategy of approaching roads, because these funds can be used for that, not just fill potholes and lay concrete, but actually consider how we are building out this infrastructure in a sustainable way. That's all part of it.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well, Commissioner Macy, then Commissioner Quillo.
I have some hurt feelings, Engineer Donahue, because my road has been pushed back 3 years in a row. It's not one of the ones that's colored any of those colors yet, but this year, right? This year, all right.
I think so.
So I just want to get back and put the point on this. So we're doing the Headley rollback to get back to 2.5 with this millage, but you were saying that we're actually going to be providing more this time around than we've been able to provide in the past. Can you explain a little bit how, I'm talking about the sidewalks.
Gotcha.
Can you explain a little bit about how we're able to do that if we still have all these roads to handle?
Sure. So the local road millage, we were talking like 220 miles of roads or something like that. And granted, they aren't as full scale as maybe a major road project is, but 50 miles compared to that many miles is way different. So that frees up a little bit more money that you can allocate towards different things. And so when I was kind of creating our game plan, my first focus was how do I get all the major roads done? Where they make sense, geographically, so we don't tie up an entire area of the city, space that all out. How much money do I have left? Okay, if I want to do $1 million of sidewalk improvement each year, if I put that in, how much money do I have left? And then try and move stuff around so that you have a decent budget each year to also continue local road improvements. That's the budget that varies quite a bit every year. Sometimes you have a lot of money to work with, and other years it's going to be more of a maintenance year where you just maybe do some joint sealing. But that's kind of what I like about this is we can really start to incorporate a lot of different improvements throughout the city. And I've just been very worried that we've done all this work on locals and it's so easy to just walk away. And 5 years from now, we could be in trouble. So I really want to make sure we keep looking at those, examining them, looking at our PASER ratings, and making wise investments as we move forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quillo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out, page 6 shows a map of Royal Oak, and it looks like a Christmas tree lit up with how many improvements we've completed over the last decade. I mean, it's phenomenal, right? And we all see it in our neighborhoods. I'm sure everyone in this room has lived through at least 9 months of inconvenience to get to and from their house, or a month of not being able to get to the driveway in my case. But it's worth it, right? Because we have these amazing roads. So I just want, before we move on, thank you to the engineering department, the entire team behind this. This has been really good. You pointed this out, Mazzani, but I'm really excited to see downtown improve too. I mean, some of the roads to downtown are just bad. They're like falling apart bad. And we host, we host hundreds of thousands of people here in our downtown. It'd be nice to have some of these roads patched up. So I guess I have a question for maybe Mr. Bragg or Mr. Leal. I want to make sure that we are sending this out to a outside counsel to write our legal language on this year. I think that we want to make sure that we are tight with all of our ballot language.
This item was already preliminary, has been drafted and was preliminary approved by the AG's office to go forward. Right before, and as Holly indicated, it was pulled because of all the other ballot propositions from last year, but the language has already cleared their office so that once we submit it formally, it will also be approved.
I guess what I'm trying to say is I want to make sure we're hitting our goals and objectives that we want in a ballot proposal, and to make sure that even though there's language approved by the AG's office, it might not hit our goals and objectives. So it might be best to have counsel ensure that it does.
I do have outside counsel I could use, and for that purpose, if that is what this commission desires, I would be happy to run it by them as well.
So, Ms. Donahue, what I understand is you're looking for the permission to go back and update the proposal, get it to a point where it's, would be reviewed by this commission, brought back, let's say, next meeting, and then at that point, we'd make a determination if it was the right thing to put on the ballot, and then we would move forward with that. It would be on the likely November ballot.
That's correct.
Gives you some time. Okay. Commissioner DeBuck.
I'll move for approval for the resolution and direct staff to prepare the ballot language.
A motion by Commissioner DeBuck. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Colo. Discussion? Okay. With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, that brings us to item 11, the approval of the American Rescue Act Plan allocation plan. One is a noun, one is an adjective. I think, Mr. Brake, you're taking the lead on this, or Mr. Fenton?
I will do, what do they call it in media, a handoff. So I'll start the conversation. I think there's three important points in going into this discussion. One is the due diligence that has been taken up until this point with the meeting with community leaders, the open house, and then the workshop that we had before this body here. Point number two is that over the course of this process that we have been able to secure additional grants that otherwise would have made it into the ARPA program. So here with the current state of fiscal opportunities that we've been able to leverage this, that we can even spread our endeavors even further. Third item that I want to mention and put this in context, and I want to thank collectively the group, not only Todd Fenton for heading up this project, but you see a larger group of the department directors as I asked them to be in attendance at the meeting tonight, and that this is a very important project if you get into particular elements. Looking at the projects, I would really divide them up in two different categories. Is that we have what I would term, this is my language now, hard projects or construction. And that gets into very finite, very specific, we're going to build this, construct this over a certain time. As opposed to contrast to soft projects that are very broad, that indirectly benefit individuals, whether it be home buyers or even organizations that may not have that same level of specificity. So I wanted to preface that in the information that you have before you and put that into context. So this is an allocation plan, but as Director Lichtenberg indicated, that to further implement that there will be budget amendments, but upon your approval, or if you wish to study this further, but once the approval is given, then that's giving the staff the green light to move forward on these projects, and shortly thereafter we'll present the respective budget amendments to carry that forward. But I just wanted to make those introductory comments and turn this over, Mayor, if I may, to Mr. Fenton to indulge you with additional information.
Thank you, Mr. Brake. I'm going to provide some highlights on the allocation plan that we're providing for you today. It represents about 83% of our entire ARPA allocation, and of that, about 93% of the restricted funding categories that we've talked about. In working and identifying what the priorities are, both with the City Commission and with the public, and then working with our department heads to find eligible projects that would qualify under ARPA. That was a really difficult part of this process. And so we determined pretty early on to try to allocate restricted money as quickly as you can, not only because of the logistic burdens of finding projects that qualify, but it also leaves the flexibility of the unrestricted funds here for the City Commission to use, either as you're working through the current, the next year fiscal year budget, or next year as well. We have until 2024 to allocate 100% of this money. Again, this is an allocation plan. This is not an award of work. So any funding that you are approving tonight will likely come back before you when the actual work is bid out or assigned. Infrastructure was far and away number one, the priority amongst the City Commission and the public, and this allocation plan reflects that. It is infrastructure heavy. And in terms of some of the highlights on that, $2.7 million has been allocated for green infrastructure projects, $3.6 million for lead water pipe replacements, and $2.1 million for water main improvements. And in many ways, this money is going to expedite what is already in process through DPS. As electric rates are set to increase here in the city, this plan also budgets for the complete conversion of all DTE and city-owned streetlights to LED, which by our calculations will pay for itself in just over a year. Upgrade to city facilities were also listed as a priority amongst the commission and the public, and this allocation plan proposes nearly $500,000 in upgrades at the senior center. We were contemplating about half of that amount in doing our due diligence and discovering a grant that was available through ARPA in Oakland County. We were able to provide a 1-to-1 match that took our $250 and put it into $500. And as we move forward in this process, we are continuing to do our due diligence to find any other match grant opportunities so that we can leverage our money and get the most out of our dollars. This plan also seeks funding for new restrooms located at the farmers market site and a generator so that the farmers market could be used as an emergency center. Another highlight of this plan is the installation of solar at the library, and you may ask why the library. Our previous sustainability manager actually inventoried all city buildings to find the best fit in terms of return on investment and in terms of where solar would make the most sense. And the library was far and away #1 on that list. Funds have also been allocated to expedite the build out of a new animal shelter, as our current shelter is not only at capacity but infrastructurally on its last legs. The importance of nonprofit organizations in the city of Royal Oak was also a priority that came through our community engagement efforts, and supporting the community programming that they provide. And to that ended, as one of the more soft expenses, as Mr. Brake had put it, we have allocated $300,000 for a grant program to support nonprofits within the city of Royal Oak that are providing services in the city to our members. And along that front, another $1.5 million we're proposing as an allocation for a new YMCA community center. As you're aware, we are under a memorandum of understanding with the YMCA to explore shared opportunities for a new community center. The majority of the funding of the center would come from the YMCA, and so an allocation from the city that they can present as they're looking for other monies really puts them in a better position. Should that project not move forward, of course, that money will be put back into the project, and we will keep you updated as plans evolve on that project. We are still very much in our due diligence phase. Affordable attainable housing was also cited by the commission and members of the community as an ARPA priority, and we have allocated $500,000 for the community development department to use to advance this goal and really present a more refined plan. Right now, in their preliminary analysis, they looked at a combination of rent and mortgage assistance, and then using the majority, about $450,000, as an incentive for any projects that may not be able to get off the ground, essentially providing gap financing these projects, especially in the city of Royal Oak with land acquisition costs, are usually the most prohibitive factor for how you can get them moving forward. So procedurally, as we work through this plan, we're trying to make it simple for you. We split items up into item 1, item 2, item 1 being infrastructure, 2 being public buildings, followed by an actual letter designating the project. And it took a little bit more than a village to put this project together, and I think, again, the department heads that are here that can probably provide much more insight into the line items than I can. You may increase or decrease allocation levels. We will work with Guidehouse, our ARPA consultant, to figure out the most efficient and effective way of achieving that without ruining the calculations that we've already made. And with that, I look forward to your thoughts and direction as to whether this allocation plan is capturing what the commission intended for this money to be used for. Thank you.
I guess a question for you, Mr. Mayor. Are we going to take these item 1 at each individual section at a time and have a discussion on this, or I guess I'm not sure what the question is to us at the moment, because there's a lot to go over here.
Yeah. I think what the resolution says, let's start with the very baseline, is that these would be the elements that we would look to spend money on direct staff to pursue these activities. Or these activities less some activities, or these activities plus some activities, or less and plus. And then each one of these would come back to us, obviously, as a final individual, merit discussion. So if there's solar panels on the library, as Mr. Fenton discussed, we'd say, yep, go pursue it. This is how we should be out, kind of like a budget on how to spend the money. And then that plan would come in front of us and say, hey, it wasn't $795,000, it was $695, or it was $895. Do you guys, want to, just like we had a budget amendment for the overall budget, I would imagine you'd follow a similar process over time as the prices of things change, or as new opportunities come up, or new opportunities are lost with grants, and things would change a little bit. So the approach, this isn't the first time we've seen this list. Let's see, maybe it is, I don't know that we want to have I don't think we could be here all night if we went through every single line item, since some of these seem to be universal. Maybe what we do is just have commissioners, just start asking your questions about specific projects you have concern about, or specific projects you see missing. And we'll just go from there. And then, tally it up. Maybe you have alignment, maybe you don't. And then someone might be able to make a motion. If there's very little changes, it'll be a simple motion. If there's lots of changes, then we can make a motion to figure out how to handle all those changes. So you want to start somewhere? Who wants to start? Commissioner Colo.
Okay, so I guess I have a question in item 1. I guess I look at it going from item 1 down. So my question about item 1 is item 1F, the lead service line replacement. This is vitally important to the community, something that we definitely need to keep the gas on, and we've done a great job of replacing these lead service lines. My question is are there other federal funds available through the infrastructure package that would also pay for this?
Not that I'm aware of. For this project. If I understand your question correctly.
I'm sorry, I thought the federal infrastructure package had billions of dollars for lead service lines throughout the country, particularly in Michigan.
I believe most of that money is channeled through the state, and the state is devising what the application procedures are for those. So the answer that I would give is we don't know yet what the criteria the state will establish.
So if we did get state funds, we would replace the state funds would be used in lieu of this $3.6 million, and we would then reallocate this $3.6 million elsewhere?
Yep. Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner DeBuck.
Sure, there's a lot to chew on here, and I don't want to comb through every penny of $28 million, but I'll start with one. I love so much of what I see in item 1. Green infrastructure, green infrastructure, green infrastructure, green infrastructure. Lead pipe replacements has to be a priority. If we can back the dollars out, great. If the state comes through with some money, but I think it's the responsible thing to do to make sure that we're planning for it in case that doesn't happen. Solar upgrades, LED conversion. So the one, then I'm excitedly reading, and then $550,000 to replace to convert DTE owned streetlights. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, so that's the way the DTE managed streetlights are that program. They offer incentives for us to replace those, and then as a result, achieve the cost savings on the energy costs. Is the question kind of why is DTE not replacing their own? Is that
so? Yeah, so it's like we are paying for it, but they own that infrastructure,
yes.
And then we pay them for the use of that infrastructure. And I guess the question: do we have? Is there a date on here on the payback horizon then, if it's $500,000?
Several years. It's I think most optimistic 2 years, but 3 to 4 years. It'll pay itself back. Yeah.
Oh, that seems substantial.
Yeah.
So you're talking about like $100,000 a year or so that we're.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me now, but it was a few $100,000 per year in savings right out of the gate.
All right, and that counts toward our SCAP goals.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I believe that's already been done in the downtown area, the light conversions. I'm getting a head nod, yes. Yeah, so this isn't a new concept for us.
All right, all good things. So we see farmers market generator here, and I know when we first talked about that concept, one thing we're talking about is renewable energy, solar, wind not viable? Like we're talking about like a gas power generator, just back up the farmers market.
If we can look at an alternative, I think what we're lacking here is a considerable amount of space for the amount. Keep in mind, we do already have 2 generators. There's a generator, a diesel one that's over at the at the police department. There's a smaller generator on this building, but not enough to power everything. It's just really for the emergency lights. So we do have that. So this is the consideration. And I guess very apropos what happened this past weekend. We hope that there is never, but there's the possibility of a larger scale sort of, natural or man-made disaster where, say, for instance, we convert the farmers market into a shelter. And this would enable us to do that if we lacked any sort of power that we could operate that sort of facility. So.
Okay. All right, that's helpful context. Other upgrades are good. One thing I also noticed, so we talked a lot about when we brought on our consultant team that one of the greatest benefits that would be bringing is identifying synergy with other governments, with the county, with the state, where we might be able to get some two-party or tri-party funding going for some shared priorities. I see that in one place here with Oakland County Senior Center ARPA grant. Are there others? Are there others we're working on that just haven't materialized?
There are so many programs that are being released within the last 3 months that it's a job following them all, especially with affordable housing where you have things that have been presented in the governor's budget. You have separate House bills that are going through that are allocating everything from a pot of money to an actual housing TIF district type concept. We're monitoring all of that, but we also heard from the city commission that they wanted movement on how we were spending our money. And this was the soonest date we could bring something with detail back to you without any clarity on what any other programs might be at this time. But we're definitely not stopping after your action on this agenda item tonight. It's a full-time job.
Okay. Well, and I think a lot of the buckets that we're putting dollars into, like you said, have tremendous potential to identify those sources. That's an ongoing body of work. All right. Let's get the nonprofit section for the moment. Premium pay for essential workers makes sense to me. I think it's also something that we've discussed. We'll go to affordable housing. So now somehow this is getting conflated with discussion around the master plan. I feel like we've had a lot of conversation at this table, at strategic planning sessions over the last 2, 3, 4 years about the importance of ensuring that we have diverse housing stock, that we have places for seniors who want to, no longer live in a single family home, but want to remain in Royal Oak, that we have affordable, accessible options, that we have affordable, accessible options for young families and workers in the city. That's not talking about changing zoning law or where these buildings are going, right? This is talking about how do we make sure that we have some levers to entice developers to bring these kinds of options to the table. Is that accurate?
Yes, and Mr. Murphy can comment further on this if he wants, but far and away it's the cost to construct these projects because of the acquisition costs, and you're obviously bringing in less on the rental side that makes them almost prohibitive in the city of Royal Oak. So allocating financing, which is the #1 issue we're hearing from the development community, and how you can fill these gaps and get these projects moving forward is one solution. And it's something that we can present immediately. Direct individual rental mortgage assistance is another. As other programs come out, we may see that there's less of a need to use our money and more of a need to use others. But as I said, this is a very, very complicated, difficult topic that nearly every level of government is working on, and yet nearly almost every level of government has not provided any details on how they're going to solve this problem.
Right.
So we're all in it together, but it will take time.
Well, certainly starting with some resources is a good place to at least have that lever, that tool in our tool belt. I know that there's discussions in Lansing talking about what tools they can provide local governments. And I know the county's talking about it as well. This is not just City of Royal Oak, but this is a statewide and nationwide issue where folks should not be priced out of housing in so many communities. We need workers, we need seniors, we need young families to be able to live here. That's kind of how you sustain a community. And again, not informing the master plan. This is something we've been discussing for many years. And I believe just about every person at this table has spoken about the importance of affordable housing over multiple election cycles. And the issue remains. So I'm pleased to see that we are putting some investment in that and getting the ball moving. What else do I have here? Animal shelter, awesome. The last thing I want to flag. It was raised a public comment. And when Mr. Brake first pitched the sign, I'm like, I love the idea of the sign. I'm super jealous of the other communities that have the signs. They're really cool. It's really good placemaking. It's a branding issue. I love it so much, but the price tag is so high. Why is it so much?
Well, the reason it's also included is because having a thumbs up or a thumbs down is important for MDOT and the state of Michigan to be able to work with us on these projects. But that was directly where those quotes came from.
It's of everything. I think there's plenty to debate. Maybe numbers to move around. Based on everyone else's input. That's the only one that's giving me a real pause. We can probably deploy those dollars in a way that's a much higher priority for our residents. As much as I think there is value, I just don't think, given the resources at hand and what that's going to be demanding, I feel like that's one that we're probably not going to be able to make happen at that price tag.
Understood, and we wanted to move that forward, but based on a similar size and scope as other examples that you gave, other communities that will remain nameless that have signs along that same stretch of highway. I believe it was the same engineering company that worked with those communities, and there's a couple elements. One, just inflationary costs that are associated with that. Then the other thing that we struggle with is that this also includes lighting as well, and to bake that in as part of the construction cost, then it really took off from there. But kudos to Ms. Donahue and our consulting engineer that came up with the concept. I mean, we can look at a scaled down version, but I don't think it would reduce the cost that much, and especially to have something that is not illuminated, it would be kind of a why bother. You could just put a nice large street sign, if you will, that would serve that same purpose. But so we want to present that option to you, but I was disappointed as well that it wasn't something that was a little bit more economical. We should have done this about 10 years ago.
Right. So. I got ideas to kick around, but I want to brainstorm that here. I like the overall majority of what we see here. So I appreciate the work that's gone into it. And please, we're talking about real numbers. But I will end my comments there. See where everyone else is at.
We'll go Commissioner Macy, then Commissioner Hunt, then Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you. So I'm going to echo that last thing Commissioner Dubuck said, that I'm really grateful to see these numbers. Thank you so much. I could tell there was a lot of work that went into this. Thank you all to the directors for being here tonight and for having put this together for us. This is, I feel like, exactly the sort of thing that we've been looking for and wanting to figure out how we're going to be spending these dollars with real specificity. Maybe nervous when Commissioner Dubuck said he doesn't want to comb through this $28 million. I do want to, but turned out he did too, so I think it's fine. And that actually is part of my concern here, is that this is a lot of information. This is what we've been wanting and hoping for. The mayor said he's seen it before. I don't think I've seen this before, and so it would be nice. It would be nice if we could have had a separate meeting, and maybe we still need that. I think I'm going to be hard pressed to say tonight, check on all of these things. Like, there's just so much. There's so much here, and it's we haven't really gotten this out to the community either. So we asked for all their input. It came in, and I can tell that a lot of what was said has gone into preparing this. But it would be really great to have another sort of town hall where we say, look at all the things we've done, and then people who live near VFW can come tell us what they think, and people who live near Arden Place, which I can't even figure out where this is actually. Art Van. Say it again. Art Van. Oh, Art Van. So there's a lot in here that I think would be great to hear discussion on, and it feels to me like it's a little bit hard for me to make these decisions. One piece of this is that I'm glad that it's all here, but I almost wish there were more, and I know that would be asking for more work, but it doesn't feel like there is a choice. Like, is Arden Place, why was it selected? Is it the best or only place that we could be doing this work around the city? I'm sure there was some thought that went into it, but I almost feel like there's so many options that we have out there, and it feels confusing to me, constrained to not have more. I'm excited about the green infrastructure. I actually sort of like, but even though I just said I didn't like it, I sort of like that there's 2 TBD infrastructure projects. I feel like that makes us more flexible. I am worried, and I have a question for Mr. Fenton about this, about reallocation. So it's come up several times that there might be other dollars out there that we could get and replace some of these. If so, is that going to mess up the fact that we have to have all these dollars allocated by the end of next year? Like, if we have them allocated and then all of a sudden they're up in the air, I mean, are we going to...
This is an allocation plan that's really directing staff to fund these projects using ARPA. And so once the projects are bid, you'll have a better sense of what those projects cost. And likewise, if there are other funding opportunities, we can actually reprogram it, put it back into the budget, and then when we bring a second allocation plan to you, we can tell you how we repurpose dollars, probably within a similar bucket. So if we get green infrastructure dollars for one project, we would probably keep those dollars in a green infrastructure realm.
Okay, so but we're not going to lose
these were projects, I will say, and I don't know, Holly, if you want to chime in on this, but it wasn't that we had 100 projects to choose from and 3 were here. There was a lot of effort put into identifying 3 or 4 that would work. And it wasn't a question of there were 10 others that had to be put by the wayside. It's actually the direct opposite. It was hard for staff to program those green infrastructure dollar money into visible projects.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's helpful and interesting. I mean, I was hoping to see more for park drainage in here, which we know from our Parks Master Plan is a pretty big issue, and other than VFW, I don't know that we see that.
I'll speak briefly to parks in that with the new park millage, we are evaluating everything that is going through the CIP fiscal year budget process. There may be, whether it's park drainage or maybe park improvements, there may be opportunity to fund through ARPA and through the general fund. That process we're currently going to be working with our finance director and Mr. Filipski and Mr. Fideli to figure out the most efficient way of using these funds. There's definitely a lot more money out there when it comes to parks. Mm-hmm. It's actually, we've already spent some of this ARPA money. The canopy restoration was actually funded through ARPA, and that's another green infrastructure project that was passed. One of the issues we have had, and I'm not going to say that time is of the essence right now, but we had other projects that were actually proposed for ARPA that ended up getting built before we could bring the allocation plan to you. And so the general fund is now covering that. We're trying to keep ourselves from using money that we don't ordinarily have to take care of these expenditures as quickly as we can while doing our due diligence to find other funding opportunities.
Okay, thank you. That's great background. I agree about the sign. As cool as it would be, it really gives me heartburn to be spending $500,000 on affordable housing and $1.5 million on a sign. It just feels like that can't be the way that we wanted to allocate our dollars. And I understand that we had asked for it, and no blame intended. I'm just saying.
No hurt feelings.
Is Guidehouse here?
They are not.
Will they be participating in the next phase of this?
In terms of the compliance and the reporting end of things, yes, they definitely have a role and are advising the finance director as we have to do quarterly reporting on the ARPA site, and it gets into eligibility, and there's very, very detailed conversations that we have that's more in the background. But as far as any formal presentations, no, you will not see them at any further meetings.
Okay. I had the same question that came up at public comment. How come these restrooms are so much cheaper than the ones we were going to put in the park?
By virtue of economies of scale, we're looking at such a small structure. There's certain fixed costs that are associated with that, and so the picture that's in the ARPA as the example is from 400 miles away from a former community. The one that I don't want to say I personally built, but I did a park project.
Brick by brick.
Yeah. So I had a little bit of a cost estimate of what that ran, but we've incorporated that with our labor costs that are associated here. So we will not be building this exact structure, but the size-wise, it fit the bill in terms of the number of commodes and sinks and baby changing stations and things like that would handle a larger scale festival or community event. So.
Okay. So I have some questions about the nonprofit section. So for the community center, the 1.5 million, how do we come up with that number? Like what? It seems given the overall cost of the project to be fairly random, and I'm just wondering what the thought process was.
It was a number in discussions with the YMCA of what would put them into a better advantage in order to attract more money into the project. In essence, getting to leverage what the city is placing on the table for other financial opportunities, and it has worked. It's easier for the YMCA to approach a congresswoman, for example, when the city of Royal Oak has got a commitment on the table.
Okay.
And so that was an amount, I'm pretty sure the Y would say we would have liked $28 million. It was a number that we could live with for the purpose of this allocation plan, and that they were very happy to hear that we were recommending as they were seeking financing and fundraising.
Okay. And then on the revenue loss driven part for the nonprofits, have we talked to nonprofits about that? And just when I was reading through the sort of the rules for that, it seemed very restrictive, and I wondered if that's something that we actually have a thought that there's 6 nonprofits out there who are going to be adding mental health to their.
The nonprofit, so, and we haven't fleshed this out yet, but essentially a nonprofit that can demonstrate revenue loss as a result of the pandemic, and there isn't a nonprofit I know that can't. That's the criteria, and then providing the community programming in the city of Royal Oak. I can tell you from our listening sessions and our open house, there are probably more than 6 nonprofits in the area that do that sort of work. It may be a category that you may want to put more funding into, not less. It is also one of those things that until you roll it out, you don't really know what the demand would be. Other than there was a pretty vocal group of nonprofits saying the demand was real and that they have been undertaking issues related to housing insecurity or food insecurity much more than any other group because they're on the front lines.
Okay, I must have misread it, because to me, I was reading it that they were going to hire someone to do mental health work out their facility, and then if they did, they'd be eligible for one of these grants, which felt very strangely specific, so I must have misread.
At least I came away with that our nonprofits are doing amazing work in the city, and we want to continue to support what they're already doing in the city, and if possible, to allow them to do more.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. And then I think my biggest question mark was about the affordable housing. So $50,000 for rental assistance. I know that we have had rental assistance programs that have been available and have gone underutilized. Is that still the case?
We do still have a rental assistance program for individuals that are directly financially affected by COVID. That program is still underway, and we do reimburse the agency that runs that program for us on a monthly basis. We've been going at a pretty good clip lately, so to speak, of reimbursing them for eligible expenses to assist people with rental arrears. And the whole goal is to prevent people from being evicted from their place of residence, bring them stability so that they can get back to work and get back to normal way of life.
Okay, so for this new allocation, will there still be the same requirement that they have to show some COVID?
We would have to delve more deeply into the specific ARPA regulations. My initial understanding is that it's not as restrictive.
Okay, so in that case, I'm wondering if 50,000 might be low, given, I mean, what's the sort of term of this?
That would be largely dependent upon, I could go back and look at some of the statistics as to how we've been able to assist people over the past 2 years that we've been providing such assistance to give a pretty good understanding of what we've been expending, and then have a conversation with some of those agencies that have been assisting us to see if they can provide some outlook, if they've seen trends and they anticipate the growing need or declining need, and that can help determine whether that $50,000 is provided to an agency for 1 year or a year and a half or 2 years. We could bring all that back to you as a group for conversation.
Okay, to me, it seems likely that there would be a greater need if we didn't have the restriction of making them prove that they had lost income during COVID. So if we throw it wide open, I just have a feeling there will be more people who would be eligible, and
quite possibly. They still do have to meet income eligibility requirements. So individuals would have to be a low to moderate income.
And understood. It was my understanding that they have to show some relationship to COVID in terms of a loss of income for the funding we currently have.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then also for the affordable housing, 450,000 sure sounds like a lot if you're renting or in terms of that kind of assistance, but I feel a little bit skeptical that is going to be bringing new development that will provide affordable housing. The number seems quite low to me.
It depends on the scale, the nature of the affordable housing product we're seeking and what we would be able to get. We're looking at ways to leverage funds, possible ARPA funds that the county's been given. I've been in conversation ever since ARPA was announced with the county and their staff about possibilities of doing some type of leverage to have something occur in Royal Oak. We have other funding sources that we can turn to, as identified in the write-up. One of those would be to draw against our annual dollar amount that we receive for the Community Development Block Grant Program. We can go to HUD and ask them for an advance of funds. That's an opportunity to get more funding to sweeten the pot, if necessary, to make some type of development occur. But again, it comes back to sites, specific sites, how much the initial costs are. Initial cost is construction cost, size and scale. And all those are things that we've had discussions with a variety of affordable housing providers. We've had conversations with several over the past 2 or 3, maybe even 4 years, but no one's taken that step of making an application or coming back for that continued conversation. So with any amount of allocation that you set aside, I think that'll certainly give them incentive to come and have a conversation with us and determine whether it fits, again, the size and scale of a project that would be viable for them to undertake and that would also be beneficial to us as a city.
Agreed. And I just wonder so 450,000 will bring in maybe some people, but I wonder if a larger allocation would bring more people to the table to have those discussions. I guess my point is I don't want to have the allocation be such an amount that it just sits there and then we never end up figuring out how to make that happen.
And there are opportunities to split that allocation into several sites or one site. There's a wide variety of things to consider.
I mean, just when we've tried to talk to developers about providing affordable housing, it's even a small percentage of the housing that they're building. It's been a struggle, and it's all about the finances. And so this number, I'm not a builder myself, so maybe it's fine, but it seems low to me and given what I've understood. Okay, and I'm just gonna say one more thing and then I'll pass it on because I know I'm talking too much. I like to see the sort of the tiny pieces of this too. So like the Wi-Fi in the Orson Star House and the IT infrastructure upgrade and the smart bus stop accessibility upgrades. I like to see those, and I'm kind of hopeful that there will be more little pieces like that we could sprinkle around the city, 1,000 foot of light around the city with our little spending money. I did wonder for the smart bus stop, the last piece, that number is just for the concrete pads, or is there any kind of an additional, oh, here comes Sparkman. Is that just for the concrete pads at those locations, or what kind of a upgrade? Because that number again is low.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Commission. So to answer your question, we're working through that. So this project came out of the Aging in Place plan, and you all know we just approved that a couple months ago. And so we evaluated the bus stops to see what was there. We are lacking even concrete pads, which provide a basic level of accessibility. So what we're looking at for ARPA right now is just the concrete pads. We are looking at and evaluating what might be a good fit for a bus stop with a bench or added amenities like an actual shelter, and what do we have already. And so we'll continue to evaluate those options and bring those forward either for future ARPA allocations or looking at other funding that might be available and partnering with SMART themselves.
Okay, I think it's great, and I would love to see it be like a fully accessible overview of the city and our public transportation, and making it such that there's somewhere to sit and stand and connectivity to all of our streets that are safe for people. So anyway, I'm excited to see that on there, and I think probably we could even think bigger. With that, I will move on. Stop talking.
Thank you. I think it's Commissioner Hunt's turn now.
I don't know if they have anything left. But thank you so much for your efforts on this report and getting this information to us. As I understand it, there are other communities that have already started utilizing their funds. So I'm grateful to see that we're on the path to that now. I share the same concerns about the affordable housing as Commissioner Macy. Particularly since there was a $1.5 million sign that was in here. I thought those funds could be allocated to something more like the affordable housing and infrastructure. But I do have one question about the animal shelter, and it's not necessarily related to ARPA, but there was the grant that was, I'm not sure which one I should look at, the grant from the state, the $1.2 million that it appears now we have to reapply for. And that's listed in here, so that's why I'm bringing it up now.
So,
is
yes.
this something that, I'm sorry?
Wasn't that from the Fed?
It is,
From
yes.
the Fed, I'm sorry.
So it went through the congressional earmark process, and that's with all the grants. In fact, the tree canopy, we had to do the same thing, that we had to apply for this. From my understanding that the dollars are coming through HUD, so it's part of that, that's how earmarks work. They'd say, we have the money set aside for you, but you still have to do the due diligence, filling out the proper paperwork through the federal agency. So it's not a kind of maybe, it's a project that we're going to go through, but we'll have to go through that process to document, enumerate all the details that are associated with that. So we're very much, in fact, we have another agenda item further on down that talk about architectural services, and there'll be some real estate items that'll be at future meetings. But we're a go on that, and so that's anticipated the ancillary costs that are associated to build out the animal shelter.
Yeah, the millage is purely operational. The HUD grant will carry the majority of the construction, but we're left with some of the soft costs. We're doing our due diligence with appraisals or bringing an architect on board. The idea being that if it takes us 3 months to get HUD to approve the grant and provide funding, we want to be able to go out with a bid pack immediately and not wait another 3 months because the funding got in and start the process of drawing through construction drawings.
So the term for application is just a formality here?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that was my question.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
$200,000 wouldn't get us much at a new animal shelter.
No.
Thank you.
We had Commissioner Douglas next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good job, staff. I can see how much time and work went into this. And I want to, there have been questions about how quickly we arrived at this. And I'm going to say I support the thoughtfulness and the time it took for staff to develop, to create this, assemble this amount of information in such a well-constructed way. I think it was worth the wait. So I thank you, Mr. Brake, thank you, staff. Let us not cherry pick this. This is, I mean, government is about compromise, and I think all of us have something in here that suits us. And we do see that the results here reflect the public input that we did have. And so I'm just going to say, I'd like to see more money for senior stuff. Kyle would like to see more money for sustainability stuff. But I do think this strikes a good, fair balance. And so I'm going to say, let's not, at any point start going through and cherry picking this, with the possible exception of the sign over I-696, which I agree with at least 2 commissioners here that I think we could spend that money in a more effective way. But I'm inclined to, when all is said and done, consider to support a motion to support what has been proposed here and authorize staff to move forward.
Is that a motion?
Well, I don't think. I have just a couple comments real quick. Maybe just a question.
Was that a motion? I think that was a motion.
Oh, did you
just
want
said
that?
that.
She said she was inclined.
There wasn't a motion.
It wasn't. I thought others might want to comment before a motion appeared.
So quick question. I know we've had some discussion about the sign and all that, and I thought at one time we talked about solar panels on the Salter Center to help out with the electricity expense there for the Metro Detroit Youth Club that operates a critical service to families in the community, as well as the senior staffing for the recreation for seniors, and just in general a good idea because the long-term payback on it is short. Well, not short, but from a point of view of the city, it's short because we reap the benefits for decades. Is there a reason why that didn't make the list? Was there a logistical issue, a cost issue?
I believe, as with other buildings in the city, that the tree canopy around the building precluded it from being the best candidate for solar, unlike the library.
Okay, but there's still potential there. It just wasn't the best candidate.
That's correct. I mean, our former sustainability manager did get a report on a couple different buildings that had made the final list. And if that is something that the commission would like to revisit, more solar on public buildings, we'll certainly make that the focus of a future allocation plan.
Mm-hmm. So I think where my head's at, and I appreciate what everyone said here tonight, this is a challenging task, and as we look out here, we see very smart, capable department heads sitting here tonight at almost 11 o'clock p.m., and they probably spent that amount of time at their desks on short order preparing all of this based on the opinion of 7 people up here and the opinions of many people that took the time to participate in October in our public sessions, the online surveys, and try to figure out, okay, how do we grow a garden here with this money? Because you can't just grow all tomatoes or grow all corn. You got to do something and sprinkle this to get the maximum benefit out of the funding. And I think it's, to me, at a high level, when I look at it, I feel like the voices of our citizens and the voices of this commission have been heard, how things are allocated. I understand, like, for example, Commissioner Macy, like the $450,000 is probably not enough to solve the housing crisis that we have with affordability in the city. we got it's something. It's a placeholder. Maybe when we talk about that item, it goes up to 650. Maybe it goes down. Maybe it goes up. We're not going to be able to fix all of our issues or get all the things we want done with 28 million. We need 28 billion to make this, community, with gold streets and everybody's happy in a utopia, and that's just not going to happen. I think that it's a start and it's a use, and it puts us in a better position on each one of these elements. So for investing in green infrastructure, we talked about VFW Park. That's going to help with flooding in the neighborhoods, right? It's going to help make VFW Park a better place to recreate after a big rainstorm. We put solar panels and renewable energy and consider those things. There's an upfront cost. This is paying for it. We reap the benefits of lower electricity bills. We talked about the better lighting in the light post, DTE light posts. I mean, we're going to be, and that money is unrestricted. That money we can spend as a community in public safety. We can spend it on any number of things that will help, solve some issues. So I think when we gave our message back to staff, we said, yes, we got all these issues. We have all these things that we want to do, but let's also be smart about how we do it. And let's not just think about the next 2 years or 2.5 years that's left. Let's invest in some things that will provide us dividends that we can continue to invest in perpetuity. And I think this really attempts to tackle that in a prioritized way. The sign shocked me. That was a lot. For me, I'd like to look at, what sort of opportunities there are for the Salter Center, just like we did for the Senior Center and just like we did for the library. I think that is in the south part of town, a community gem. And if that solar panels to keep the electricity bill down, to keep affordable programming there for seniors and kids alike, I really, really would like to see something in there. But I'm okay getting that later, because what we have right here is very similar to a budget that we get at the beginning of the year. And you're going to come back and you're going to say, you know what? We found out that solar panels were $20,000 more. This other thing was $30,000 less. We got a matching grant from the feds, to Commissioner Colo's point on this thing. Maybe with the smart bus pads, we passed a millage here in the county, or multiple counties. There might be opportunities there. And staff's I look at these folks out here, and they're some of the smartest people. And we're just so blessed to have them. I know they're going to work hard and find those opportunities and not give up. And we're going to constantly come back and say, we got $1 million more to spend, because they're going to find these opportunities. So we're going to have, this is going to be a journey. This isn't a one and done. This is a place to get our team working, started, applying for the grants, getting the things programmed, and getting this money used under the provisions that we received it under. And we're going to have to be agile. The community's going to have to be agile, because we're going to have ups and downs, lefts and rights. And I'm confident this team and that team, our entire team, is going to be able to make it work. So I think it's a good place to start. And I'll be supporting it, knowing that there's going to be some questions and we're going to change some things. Just like we do here at the table. We say, oh, well, that thing costs $200,000, but if we spend another $100,000, okay, well, I guess we'll take it away from this thing, and it's a better decision. So that's what we're charged to do. Commissioner Colo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree a lot with what you just said. I do have 2 questions before we get into the next phases quickly, mainly for Mr. Brake. The first question is, with the generator at the farmers market, there's been a lot of talk about that. Commissioner Buck mentioned it quickly tonight. We've talked about that at previous meetings also. Heating the farmers market during a power outage last week would have done absolutely nothing. I'm sorry, powering it would have done nothing, because there's no heat. It would have been ice cold in there still. We don't have heaters inside the market. It's a open air market. Would this make more sense to keep knowing that we do need a backup somewhere? Would it, if we're installing the solar panels at the library, why wouldn't we maybe add batteries to the library also? That acts as, I see Director Ernst, sir, it's a de facto warming center and a good base of emergency operations when the city is closed. If there is a event, that might be kind of solve a lot of the issues we've talked about here. And quite frankly, when there's no power at the farmers market, even during COVID, we just open up all the garage doors and we're able to use the building. You don't need electricity there. So I would wonder if we could be amenable, maybe change this item quickly to, or at least ask staff to look at possible battery backup to go along with the new solar.
First off, I believe the generator that we're looking at is portable.
For the farmer's market, no, it would be installed natural gas fuel
okay.
generator.
Sorry, stand corrected in that regard. So anyways, the short answer is that we can revisit that to look at how we best deploy that. But
and I would qualify the farmer's market does have heat.
Yeah.
It does?
Yeah.
And
It's just a little
I thought it was
for you.
It's news to me.
And as much as I think like we want that to be a renewable source, I think the thought behind the natural gas is like if there's a major catastrophe in this community, if we have to put out some emissions to get food to people, to quickly shelter in place, to distribute medical supplies or God knows what, the world seems like it's getting to be a crazier place. Maybe I'm just getting older and it just looks crazier.
Does the sun not shine?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great thing about the solar. We're paying $300,000 worth of photo cells up there.
Yeah, but you could also have all of those panels blow away in a storm, or the natural gas is I think a reliable source of backup. I think for some extreme emergencies, and I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, is that where your head's at? It's not that you're thumbing your nose to renewable sources, which we would really, really want, I think, in all those other buildings, and battery backups in all those other buildings, I think, is a smart play too, as Commissioner Colo said. But for the farmers market as a central, large, open building for distribution or beds or hospital or whatever we want to make it, if we had to be a triage hospital because there's another sort of outbreak, a quarantine facility, who knows? You know what I mean? We were looking at the farmers market. I remember we had a conversation with the General of the National Guard here. I was on conference calls with them and others about, if we needed to use the farmers market. I'm sorry, for everything from storing bodies to, distributing food. We would have that backup power.
Yeah. So I guess more too, it's looking at, we are talking about some horrific once in a lifetime emergencies where the library might lose power once or twice a year, that this would just be a more end over end regular good use of this emergency power for day-to-day operations of city operations that really impact the public.
I would like to share that Susan Barkman and I met with the company that proposed the solar project, what the cost would be, and it would, for battery backup, I believe they said it would double the cost. So just letting you know that that's where those costs lie, and where those batteries would live is the other question.
Yeah, right.
I don't know how big they are, so I don't know where they could actually be stored.
In your basement that's filled with water all the time.
They're fixing next year with our money.
So close. And then my only other question was the location of the restrooms. Is this the settled location? It's going in this corner. We're not looking at in the park anymore. This would replace the in the park option.
Part of what I think it makes convenient at that location is where the location of the utilities. So for water, sewer, and electric, that's in beneath the parking lot, but I'll defer to Director Flip.
I would say that the money that we had programmed in Centennial Commons for that was used to put in the electrical infrastructure for the ice rink and future events in the park. So those are about the same. So if we were to pursue another restroom in Centennial Commons, that would be a project we would need to separately bid out. We're actually closing out all of our work with the construction manager of the City Hall police project, park project. As in 2 weeks, we'll probably be done. Aside from some punch list items.
Are they going to install the handrails at the library?
The handrail's actually been delivered and is supposed to be installed this week.
Well, that's exciting.
All right.
But there are lights in the canopy that need to be replaced. So there are a handful of things like that we're still working through.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Macy?
Yeah, so I understand where everyone's coming from in terms of supporting the hard work that staff has done here and, wanting to move forward with this. I'm personally still in the same place I was at the beginning. I feel like this is not really enough time for us to dig into this. When we got less than $1 million for our COVID funds, we spent a long time sending it back and forth with staff and saying, what about this program and that program? And this is $28 million, and it just doesn't feel like giving this, the first time we've gotten this list of projects, just saying, okay, fine, this looks good enough. doesn't feel like enough time to me for us to dig into it. So won't be supporting this going forward. It sounds like the rest of the body will, but just wanted to explain myself in terms of, I would like to have more time to go through this, and I understand it'll come back before us, but I'm not willing to put my vote of approval on $450,000 for affordable housing.
Anybody else? Commissioner Douglas?
Yes, I would like to make a motion, despite Commissioner Macy's objection, to approve the proposal as submitted.
A motion by Commissioner Douglas, or second by Commissioner Perush. Discussion. Commissioner Dubak.
I thought we were pretty much in agreement that we're not interested
not
in
the
moving
sign.
forward with the sign.
You're right, I forgot about that.
Well, I'll move to amend the motion to remove the 1.5 million budgeted for the sign and direct staff to consider redistributing some portion of those dollars into the affordable housing line item, and perhaps come back with a recommendation answering a little bit more of our questions about how we can deploy those dollars and what's the right amount, and also what's a reasonable amount of time to get those dollars out the door within the ARPA regulations. If we do $2 million, but we only have one petitioner, what are we going to do? So,
Yes, I'll second the amendment.
yeah, it was a long motion, sorry.
Discussion on the amendment? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. So now we have a amended original motion. Discussion. Yeah, I'll just add, I'm not a scientist in all these areas. I feel like it meets our priorities with the splash of logic that we need to spend it now because there's time limits on it. And, a lot of what we're spending has the opportunity to pay dividends, which we can constantly reinvest in anything that we see fit in the future, or at least future commissions can as well. So I'll be supporting it, knowing that this is going to come back to us, whether it's a generator at the farmer's market, the bathrooms at the farmer's market. We can talk about the locations and all of that stuff, but we have the money earmarked. We have staff that can go and put the plans together and get something in front of us now that we can thumb up, thumb down, change, scale back, whatever it may be, but we need a working plan. And I think we got a pretty good working plan here, and I'll be supporting it. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes. All right. So,
do we need more money to allocate for staff time that we've had here tonight? I feel like that line item needs to be upped quite a bit now.
Time.
No, thank you everyone for coming out tonight. Chief Cummins, you look overly enthused. If you can temper down the excitement a little bit, we'd really appreciate it. No, we recognize that you guys all put a lot of hard work into this, and it's not easy trying to please and get consensus with 7 folks. And as you can see, it'll be a journey. We're here with you, and you're here with us. And we're here with our citizens, so anybody that has good ideas they want to bring back too as things change and we open up money in this, let's talk about it. All right. This brings us to item 12, which is resolution of authorization of Oakland Together Senior Initiative Senior Center Matching Grant Program. Ms. Markman, is that you?
It is me and Mr. Filipski. I know Mr. Fenton mentioned that staff would be back with more details on some of the ARPA-related projects, and here we are for your consideration this evening. So normally, I think we would put this type of an agenda item on the consent agenda for you to review with other grants as we have in the past. But because this is allocating ARPA funds, we wanted you guys to be able to have the full conversation that you just had around ARPA funds and then consider this. So that's why it's placed here on the regular agenda for this evening. So this project was put in motion with the Senior Center to allocate our ARPA funds to match the county's ARPA funds. So as Mr. Fenton mentioned in the last agenda item, it's just under $500,000 that we're going to put into the Senior Center for a variety of different projects that are outlined in your memo. Just to kind of hit a few, there's some replacements on HVAC and cooling equipment, software upgrades, the bathroom remodel. This would add 2 additional stalls, but make the existing stalls compliant with today's ADA standards. Some flooring replacement, as well as some technology upgrades, and some upgrades to the kitchen equipment. So there's been some maintenance issues with the kitchen equipment, which is resulting in us throwing out a lot of food, unfortunately. So this would help repair and replace that equipment. So with that, we'll take any questions you guys might have.
Questions from Sparkman? Mr. Macy?
I can't remember what I was going to say.
Having a senior moment?
I'm having a senior moment. God, it was something about the computer lab there.
Adding Wi-Fi back.
Say it again?
Adding the labs back, bringing the
Yeah,
labs back.
well, I mean, we have there's the Chromebooks. Is there going to be any sort of setup computers?
No, they determined that's the best way to administer that. They're something that they could keep behind the desk, and then there's any number of rooms that should a patron want to sit down and use it, they could sort of sit where they prefer.
So
but to have like a computer lab, no.
Okay, but am I crazy in remembering that we had talked at Parks and Rec about having one computer station set up that could be that the Chromebook could dot in?
Oh, a dedicated place at the center?
Like a single dedicated place where there would be a larger screen and a full keyboard.
I don't particularly recall that conversation, but I can follow in on that. As part of this, if it's a matter of that, so you're saying in addition to the laptops, there's a desire to have
At least one station that would be, Chromebooks are small and the keyboards are small, so having one full-size computer. I was trying to think if we had discussed that, but I couldn't remember if you were there or not, but I think we did.
Well, it's duly noted. I don't think within the scope of this project with the budget that we could do that, but we can carry that forward with the normal course of things, because that wouldn't be a huge cost to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other discussion points? Commissioner Cole.
I'm really excited to see a lot of these upgrades. I mean, I attend events at the senior center. Senior center is for all ages, not just seniors. It's well utilized by the entire community, and these are all well needed. It's a aging center that is in need of upgrades. So to see new flooring, I mean, just this weekend we had some open houses there and had issues with audio. And that's probably one of the newer components of the senior center. So to see these upgrades and to see new 88 bathrooms going, I think this is going to be a huge benefit for the community. So with that, I'll move approval of the resolutions presented.
Motion by Commissioner Cole, second by Commissioner Dubut. Any other discussion? I'll just say it's a good start. And I see tonight we have Mr. Ellison from the county. I'm sure he's going to be very helpful in finding other grant opportunities and find some agility within our ARPA plan, or just even out of the general fund. So I'm excited to see, that building was built. It was modern at the time, and it's amazing how time flies and things cycle, and you got to replace them and upgrade. And I think this is good, and we should be doing this anyhow. And it'll be a noticeable, remarkable change in the quality of visit for our patrons there. All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes.
Thank you.
All right. This brings us to item 13, which is approval of Krieger Klatt Architects Professional Services Contract.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Commission. So as you had just approved ARPA funding for creation of the farmers market restrooms and the soft costs for the build out of an animal shelter, City staff is recommending a contract with a firm that has been uniquely positioned and familiar with both of these projects, and that would be Krieger Klatt. With regard to the farmers market restrooms, Krieger Klatt was actually initially brought in to do the design for the restroom that was going to be located at Centennial Commons. As you know, they were the architect of this building and are very familiar with the site and what is underground there. In particular, in conversations I had with Krieger-Klatt over the past year about the Centennial Commons restroom, they're very familiar and aware of the aesthetic concerns that this commission had expressed about putting a visually pleasing building into the park, and I believe that those concerns are probably amplified at the farmers market site by way of its historical designation and such. With regard to the farmers market, I think many of you know that this is a project that was approached, the Royal Oak Police Department was approached by Champion Hargraves Chevrolet about the possibility of a land swap between one of their buildings on Bel Air and the current position of the animal shelter. They had engaged Krieger-Klatt to begin working with our shelter manager, Ms. Jody Ellison, on what a schematic plan would look like in that building for a new site. And Krieger-Klatt provided a great drawing. We're not there yet to schematic design or construction documents, and by all means, Ms. Ellison has had a great working relationship with them as well, which mirrors the relationship city staff has had with Krieger-Klatt. In the last couple of months, it's been very, very clear to me after conversations with Chief Moore and Ms. Ellison that the animal shelter is in some real dire straits, that it's being held together barely with duct tape and gum. We have space heaters that are fulfilling the primary heating requirements of the building right now. And anything that I can do to shave the time off a construction timeline to get this build out done is what I'm recommending. And so in that sense, getting an architect on board to create drawings puts us in a position that 3 months from now, when hopefully our HUD grant aligns, that we'll be able to immediately bid this project out. So in that sense, I'm open if the commission would want to go in a different direction with these contracts, but city staff's recommendation is purely based on trying to shave as much time off as possible for a city asset that is in really, really dire disrepair.
Questions from Mr. Fenton?
And we do have, yes, we have Mr. Klatt from Krieger-Klatt that is here. And one other point I would like to bring up, consistent with our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, that stipulates that any city facilities must be built to a LEED Silver standard, and that's another reason why we've directed Krieger-Klatt to provide a proposal on LEED Silver. This is going to be our first go through something like this, and so understanding that it may add time and it may add money to the project, the sooner we know what we don't know, the sooner we can make a better informed judgment on what the actual financial build out of the facility would be. We've taken liberties in our application to former Congressman Levin's office. We upped our preliminary budget from $900 to $1.2 million, thinking that that will cover LEED Silver, but the sooner we can get our arms wrapped around that, the better. So that was my final point on that.
Commissioner Perush.
I'll move approval of the resolution.
Motion by Commissioner Perush. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Hunt. Discussion. Commissioner Perush.
I think the motion is appropriate just because of the amount of preliminary work that Krieger-Klatt has already done on this project. We had an open house, I don't know how many months ago, about the preliminary design and build out of the building and what would be used for different types of facilities, for the different types of animals and so on and so forth. It was very, very impressive. It was very detailed. And to have somebody else start from scratch with this whole thing would buy us all kinds of time. And we've got animals in this building that need to have adequate shelter. And right now, as Mr. Fenton has said, you know, the building is being held together with duct tape and gum, practically literally. So it's not fair to the animals that they should wait any longer. If we're going to continue with having a shelter, we need to have one that works and it's appropriate. And because of the work that Krieger-Klatt has already done in this area with this project, I think it's appropriate to let them finish it.
I'll just add, I agree. I think time is of the essence. I mean, the current shelter is one, strong breeze away from having another $100,000, $200,000 repair to the roof or whatever. We got to get moving on this. like Commissioner Perush said, half the work's already been done and paid for by the other private entity coming in, evaluating the needs of the animal shelter. We'd have to start with scratch from somebody else. We can take this contract over, get it done quickly. We know construction prices are going up. We know that when there was a frivolous lawsuit filed against the city here on this building, the delay of construction cost us hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million. I guess for some people to score political points, I guess. But you know, we're not going to put taxpayers in that position again on the animal shelter. And we did. What's important for me in this is that we got the review of Plant Moran Cressa, which said they evaluated the costs and the rates and as well within industry standards. So, you know, you're not going to get anything marginally more expensive or less expensive that would offset the costs. So I think if this were someone's business, this is a no-brainer. So with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes.
So for LEED certified, is it going to take 8 months to open the building after we finish it? Or?
Yeah, are we going to get a C of O? I guess we'll have that figured out by then, won't we?
Yeah.
Okay, item 14, parking system update, report and recommendations. Mr. Brake, are you going to kick this one off?
Sure. So the report that's been submitted to you includes, this is a culmination of the parking study that was commissioned by the Downtown Development Authority by Rich and Associates. We had a presentation roughly about a month ago by the lead consultant that made some specific recommendations. Additionally, that's included in the report is some information that was gathered by the parking manager that interviewed individuals that received tickets, as well as our downtown manager that spoke to a variety of businesses. So there was a lot of input that was gathered as part of this. So as I mentioned in the report, that we have a third-party provider that has made the investment on the parking infrastructure, and we're bound by an agreement that was entered into by the commission back in June of 2021. As we have gained experience in working the system, that there are modifications that need to be made. We have engaged in the conversation with that third-party provider. At this point, there is not a final recommendation to be presented, but as the mayor mentioned, I believe during public comment, that time is of the essence. And this is a very critical matter that needs to be addressed immediately. As we have discussed leading up to the meeting, the direction that was given to myself and to the city attorney as well, and remain hopeful that there will be a final recommendation at the March 13th meeting. At the bare minimum, an update. But rather than getting into the specifics of the study that is centered around the contract elements, would be premature to talk about which way cars are parked or any of the other elements that are included in there. And what most people are interested in is this concept of a grace period that someone that if they park within a time frame shorter than that duration do not have to pay, or those that pay that park for a longer duration, that amount of time, that grace period is added as part of the time that they park. Also, the point of that where we received a lot of feedback is the duration of on-street parking. So this is really centered on the on-street parking, not so much the lots per se, but the mayor and myself, as well as the executive team, has met with the decision makers at MPS. There's been a good exchange of ideas, and remain optimistic that we can come up with really a sustainable solution that can help implement this smart parking system and make it that much more effective. So a lot of comments, a lot of comments, a lot of comments. we've heard that and incorporate that, and coming up with what we are intending is a good solution to move forward. So that's where that stands, but happy to entertain any questions or clarify any of the information that's been presented to you this evening.
Yeah, I'll just add that we hear the frustrations with the system, both from our small business community as well as our patrons and visitors to the community. We're frustrated ourselves. We've been pulling all of this together, and we've made the vendor aware of the shortcomings, and we're taking aggressive and timely action to resolve this as soon as possible. We had to wait for the Rich Associates study to come in. We are operating and working in good faith with the vendor to make the necessary changes to make this system better, but we do feel the frustration, and we have been feeling the frustration. And it shouldn't be a black eye in Royal Oak. We have amazing business owners here, amazing businesses. We have 5,700 parking spots, and we're talking about the 623 that have been really problematic right now. So we don't want to, people shouldn't be discouraged from coming to Royal Oak. There's a lot of great parking options, 2 hours free in our structures. But this commission understands and has been feeling the frustration, and we feel the frustration ourselves. And we look forward to working with staff to get resolved to this matter in a timely fashion. Any questions, comments? Commissioner DuBuck.
No, thank you, Mayor. You've given the nature of this negotiation and the issues we're trying to resolve with the vendor to ensure that the system is working as intended, which is making it easier to park, easier to pay, easier to not get a ticket. I'll move to direct staff to continue the negotiations as discussed in closed session.
Okay, motion by Commissioner DuBuck. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. All right, discussion? All right, with no. Oh, yes, Commissioner Macy.
I have a question for the city manager, for the mayor, just making it clear that everything is on the table in these negotiations, like all the things we're talking about in terms of the grace period and how long the parking is and the direction that the cars are parked. All of that is on the table. Nothing is decided. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct, and I want to make sure it's clear that we aren't doing this in a vacuum. I personally and the city manager and city attorney Leal have been meeting with representatives from the business community on a regular basis, with members of the DDA. So we've been working with all of our stakeholders, the police department. I have calls with Chief Moore, DC Spencer. So yes, it's not going to be done in a vacuum, and everything is on the table, because the only thing that's acceptable in Royal Oak is a system that works for everyone, and the vendor is aware of the issues post-execution, and everything is on the table, Commissioner Mason.
Just one follow-up is, can you just state again when we will be next hearing about the status of this issue?
March 13th.
Thank you.
And, to be clear, it's not going to be a status update that we're still negotiating. We're at an inflection point now where progress needs to be made one way or the other.
Great.
Great.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, that brings us to our last item on tonight's agenda, which is the adoption of amendments to rules of procedures. I'm going to guess Mr. Leal has this one, huh?
I drew the short stick, so I'm at the end. Mayor and Commissioners, I just want to take you back in time, back to November 22nd, 2021, when the 51st City Commission was sworn in. At that time, there were several items under a section called organizational issues that the city manager had brought forward for the council's consideration and approval. One of those issues involved, or actually included, the item, a proposed amendment to the City Commission's meeting rules of procedure and rules of procedure for public participation. That cover letter from the November 22nd appears in attachment 1, so that you see that that's what was presented. During the discussion that evening, the City Commission decided to refer the draft rules. Oh, is mine not working?
Not sure. Put you on stereo.
Is that better? Okay. And so the City Commission decided at that meeting to readopt the same rules of procedure and rules for public participation that it had from 2019, and submitted the proposed amendments to the Rules of Governance Committee for review and a recommendation. So these rules were presented to the Rules of Governance Committee twice during the calendar year 2022 to review the amendments. Several recommendations were made to those rules. And so tonight we've brought forward before you, or I've brought forward in attachment 2, a red line version of the proposed changes. And attachment 3 is the actual clean version of the changes. Now, when you look at the changes, you'll notice that there are a lot. There's a lot of red in attachment 2. But if you look closely at the comment boxes that along the right-hand column on the changes that were made, most of those changes reflect the City Commission's current unwritten practice regarding its meeting rules and code of conduct. Despite that, there are some new changes that are being proposed, and when the first section of what I refer to as the meeting rules procedure, you will see an example of what constitutes good cause to cancel a meeting. We didn't have that before, and now we've actually listed some events, which would be a lack of quorum, inclement weather, fire, flood, or another emergency. This would give the Commission the flexibility to be able to cancel a meeting in advance if one of these events occurs. And then also making the meeting agenda available for specifically the staff reports that accompany the meeting agenda. Under the current rules, if they're more than 2 pages in length, they have to be provided to the City Commission by the deadline noted. One of the recommendations that was made in the Rules Committee was to actually extend that same courtesy to the public. I know that there was a member of the public earlier who made the comment, how does the public know when that agenda is available, or the staff report of greater than 2 pages is actually available before it's actually posted on Friday? That was a good point. That is something that we could look at if you wish to not include that provision to try to fix that, if this commission wishes to adopt the rules. As far as the rules of procedure for public participation, there are some rules that are new that don't reflect current practice. One of the notable ones include the code of conduct for each of the different segments of the population who participate in your meetings: the governing body, city staff, and the public. Another new rule that I'd like to point out from the list that's on your cover letter includes that members of the public are to conduct themselves with propriety and decorum once the City Commission meeting is called to order. And there are several others, and be happy to answer any questions regarding those. But as far as the options for the Commission to this evening, it can adopt the proposed changes as presented or as amended by the City Commission, and I've presented one possible amendment should you choose to adopt them, and to not adopt the proposed changes. Everything after changes, please strike as if you do not adopt those tonight, there's no need to re-adopt the 2019 meeting rules of procedure. So it's simply option 2 is not adopt the proposed changes. And option 3, refer the proposed amendments back to the Rules of Governance Committee. So if you do desire to proceed with option 1, then a resolution has been offered for your approval in that cover letter.
I just have one question, maybe comment, related to staff reports. So my only, I won't say concern bit is sometimes we get reports and we look at them on Tuesday, but that agenda can be somewhat fluid until Thursday, right? So I may look at something and say, this isn't ready for prime time. There's a lot of issues and errors, or, that's not what we said. Take it off the agenda. We're not going to waste anybody's time until these elements get fixed or whatever. It doesn't happen very often because, but does it make sense that You know what I mean? So sometimes when we get it, we're getting the agenda, and then people can comment, just want to add things to the agenda, take things off, whatever it may be, and work with staff to consult on an individual basis. So if there are things there, then what do? Then the staff report goes out, and then there was some clarifications or whatever, and then do you retract it? So to me, it's like once the agenda's settled, all of that stuff can go. But I think that there, is, when you guys send it out ahead of time, it's like, hey, this is what we're thinking. Does anyone have any issues with these things being on the agenda, staff proposed agenda? And sometimes we do have like, whoa, you forgot to put this on the agenda, or, we need to talk about this, or maybe we push that out to next week because we're going to learn about this one thing, and you guys are like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. I don't know how to handle that. I get it. I understand the request. I understand people need to read and understand, but at the same time, we get stuff a little earlier just to vet it, and ask questions. So, Commissioner Colo?
Mr. Wright, I agree with you that I think it would lead to more confusion to have documents that aren't ready for publication out. Maybe we can work in a way in the future to talk about how to maybe publish future agenda items that are coming up to give people a little more time. Say if there's a rezoning coming up or something planning that neighborhoods might would be interested in, let them know a little bit more ahead of time that that's coming up, would be on agenda in the future. That could be a good way to provide some communication here, but I would agree with you about the staff reports.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Commissioner Cole, like the confusion. Because staff does, redact things from time to time and say, ooh, you know what, you're right, there's a couple things in there that, you got 100 things going on. And then when you have 7 of your bosses check it, there's usually something in there. Commissioner Douglas?
Yeah, just a couple things. In item C10, there's a incomplete sentence.
No.
Let me know when you got it.
Page 5? Right, I guess.
Oh, it's,
page
I don't know,
25?
it's page 25 of the PDF is what I'm looking at. The second sentence of that paragraph should say, if members of the public require accommodation.
No?
It's missing some word.
Right now it's an incomplete sentence.
On number 10?
Item 10, C10.
You're talking about the sentence that says members of the public who require accommodation for wheelchairs or other medical assistance, the city manager will request staff present to assist if necessary.
Right.
That feels like a semicolon.
No. Oh, it's still an incomplete sentence.
It should be like four
if members of the public require accommodation, is what I would propose. The city manager will request staff present to assist if necessary.
I'm fine with that.
And then in item 11, the last sentence says, clapping and cheering are inappropriate, so is booing. Can we rewrite that? And I'm rewriting it in my head in a super clunky way, which was audible expressions of approval or disapproval or inappropriate, which just sounds tedious, but that was off the top of my head.
Clapping, cheering, or other forms of audible expression, allowed audible expression, are
disrupting audible.
Disruptive. No.
Yeah. And on this point, it's not that our feelings get hurt, but I have had people express to me that they've come to public comment, and when you have sort of a crowd that is 70-30, the 30% sometimes go down to 5% because they don't want to come to the public comment because they're going to get booed or, they're going to they feel intimidated.
Yeah.
And we don't want to create an intimidating environment. And maybe it makes sense putting a sentence in there as to why. I don't know, Mr. Leal, in an effort not to intimidate other public speakers,
Anyway, I just wanted to, it's, somebody could look at this and say, I wasn't clapping or cheering, I was booing.
They totally would. They would do that.
And And then I just had a question. The mayor has, when the crowd has gotten unruly, has very effectively called for a recess. Is that something we want to articulate here, or is that just a tool at his disposal?
That's usually a tool at his disposal that you'll find under Robert's Rules of Order.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, those are my comments.
And then just one clarification, we had it come up the other night, and I think it's here, but I don't know if it's abundantly clear. When I read it in my notes about 3 minutes per speaker,
yes,
not per topic.
It's here.
I can kind of infer, like on back of the sheet, it says, well, if there's a second opportunity, everyone, I don't know how we kind of...
Struck out.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Perush has a thought on that, maybe?
It's number 8. Speakers shall be limited to a presentation of 3 minutes unless such period of time is extended by a vote of the City Commission.
And that's currently existing in the rules.
That's not it, but it's in here.
It's the next one.
Is it the next one?
Not be sufficient.
An individual shall only be allowed to speak one time during the public comment portion of a meeting, agenda, or public hearing.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, so it seems like it, I don't want to say it
number 9.
conflicts, but is it just alerting that, like in the event, so I have the privilege to open it up again? Or the City Commission, like when I read that, 8 and 9 seems pretty clear to me, right? But then 8 makes me doubt it a little bit, like I don't understand. And then if I go to the back of our document that we have here, if there's a point to make some clarity on it, because most of us aren't scholar lawyers like a majority of folks up here. I mean, you got folks.
Most of us.
Folks like Kyle and me and Brandon, we're just kind of like, guys, Commissioner Perush?
I think it makes sense to, now that I'm looking at it, to combine 8 and 9, and not necessarily to eliminate any of the text, but just make sure that when we're talking about one individual's opportunity to speak, it's 3 minutes and you only get one shot at it. So maybe if we combine 8 and 9 together, you don't have to jump around to the 2 different rules. It's all in one spot.
I just want to be crystal clear, because I think sometimes people feel disenfranchised and they read something, they're like, oh, he's breaking the rules, not me. And it's, the clearer we can be, I think. Because we even had a gentleman tonight that wanted to speak a second time.
Okay.
Commissioner Cole?
I was really excited. I thought Commissioner Perush had a Hamilton reference and a House of Pain Jump Around reference in the same question there. One question, looking at this, not the content of it, but the length of it. We put the rules on the back of the agenda, right? How do we communicate this to people without having 20 pieces of paper on every agenda that we pass out at the door?
I have an idea.
Ooh, okay.
Judy Davids had this idea too. Like, when you get on an airplane and they kind of do the videos now about like, don't put your knees in the aisle or whatever. Wouldn't it be great if we could have a little fun, maybe a Stagecrafters, maybe a Shakespeare in the park? Like when we open up the meeting while we're coming out of closed session, there's like a little 2-minute reel that talks about, some of the basic rules of public comment. I don't know. That might be kind of fun to play. I don't know if Richard can do it or if it's too cheesy, but
High school video.
That was what my previous community did for public comment. They aired the video and it was like maybe 2-3 minutes long, and it laid out all the rules. That way the mayor and the commission didn't have to do that, and it was clearly audible to everyone in the audience. I was surprised that we don't do that here, but yeah, it can be done.
And we can have fun with it too?
You can have fun with it too if you like.
And you can put the whole thing on postcards or posters in the lobby.
The other thing what cities do is they'll actually put a link on the agenda. They have a link embedded in the agenda that has the rules of procedure and public comment, and they can click on it. That's
good.
I like it. I think it'll lighten the mood. You know what I mean? Especially for people that don't come as often, they might have a grievance to air, and it might be helpful. Because I think sometimes people are, they don't mean to break the rules. There's some people that don't. It's just, you don't want to chastise them because we're here twice a month. They're not here that often. So put that in the budget, ARPA. No, I'm kidding. But I think we could do something pretty effectively. Commissioner Macy.
I will move approval with all the, I'll move approval with all the changes that have been stated up so far.
Oh, That's a
Please don't
pretty
make me say
easy
no.
motion.
Melanie's
Second by
like-
Commissioner Perush. Discussion?
So mad.
All right, with now, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes. All right, we're at the end of the meeting. Notwithstanding anything for the betterment of our community, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner DeBuck. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion? None? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Not as,
All right, motion
not as
passes.
bad as I thought.
Adjourned.